Hello and welcome to Puurs. We are here for the next instalment of the IFSC's Lead World Cup season 2013. We are here in Puurs, located in the Belgian province of Antwerp. It has a population of roughly 17,000 people and stands at just 5 meters approximately above main sea level. So it's a predominantly flat land. No mountains here, but lucky for us, they've built this fantastic climbing centre, Climax, where we'll be holding the World Cup this year, as we have for a few years previously as well. We have 89 athletes, 51 men and 38 women battling it out for a place on the podium. Now, Belgium isn't just world renowned for its chocolates, it's also very well known for what the locals here call white gold, a vast majority of which is grown very close to us here in Puurs. I'm talking, of course, about asparagus. Now, while the athletes aren't exactly here to hunt for vegetables, they are here to hunt for a different type of gold, silver and bronze, with 26 men and women progressing into the semi-finals, 8 men and women progressing forward into the finals and a chance at the medals. And we'll be showing you every single climb live on the IFSC's channel. Let's take a look at the start lists. So here we are with the start lists. We have 51 men, 38 women to get through today in our qualification rounds. We're going to be covering one set route for each, so you're definitely going to get to see at least one climb from each athlete here today at the qualifying rounds, and no four-way split screen for this one, so you get to see it all up close and personal as well. So with the women's, we're going to be starting off, in fact I'll go on to the women's in a moment, with the men's at the moment. Starting off with Hamwol Kim for Korea, and then moving along, this is one of our next pages, Christoph Hanke there you can see as well. 51 all in all. Hakamada Naoto as well has done very well recently. Also Ruben Fernenberg seen recently over at the World Youth Championships in Canada, starting to try and push forward into the seniors. Loic Timmermans. Here we have Ramon de Grange, our new European champion. Jakob Schubert currently sitting in second place on the world rankings. Domen Skofic pushing his way up into a very high point on the World Cup rankings as well recently. Young athlete from Slovenia, promising future ahead. Manu Ramon as well there. All the names we're used to seeing here to compete for Puurs 2013. If you are joining us, as always, you can get in touch with us on Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC. I'll be having a look at that all the way through today. So if you want to get in touch with us, just throw us a message on there. Any questions you might have? Let us know where you're joining us from and who you're expecting to see making it through into the final a little bit later on. Two very big names at the bottom of this page here then for you, Ramone and Sachi. Sachi, world rank number 1 at the start of this season, now dropping down into world rank number 3, and Ramon Julien all the way back up on top spot after fighting for that comeback throughout the year. Kim Ya-bi there as well. Last page here then for the male athlete Stefano Gazolfi, the hope for Italy at the moment. Sebastian Helenki of Germany also here as well with Christoph Hanke. 2 German athletes. Been moving through the tour together while still at school. Just goes to show you the age gap in our athletes when you look at someone like Ramone who's in his 30s, and then all the way back to these young athletes that are 17, 18, just starting to push forward onto the season. This is the women's then, women's qualification. Starting with Magdalena Roek, extremely well-known name for Austria.
Please, ladies and gentlemen, only climbers.
Tina Sturzig on here as well, Chloe Corlier for Belgium. Obviously Belgium have the bigger contingent here because it's on their homeland. Mathilde Brumain as well, another well-known name that's just starting to move up to a higher ranking on the overalls with the IFSC after an incredible performance just recently. Making it through into the finals several times this season. Mina Markovic, of course, right up there, challenging Kim Ya-in for the top spot. Hélène Janicot as well of France there. Dinara Fakhrudinova, a new European lead champion. Mocha Oda currently sitting in 4th place on the world rankings. At only 19 years old, she was competing at the World Youth Championships until this year. Last year we saw her in Singapore, taking the gold at the World Youth Championship, Jane Levada as well here. Sat Sol, another young athlete for Korea, starting to make a name for herself. And Salome Roman as well, younger sister of Manu Roman. Anak Verhoeven, another big hope here for Belgium. Hannah Beer as well. Fantastic performance just recently. And Akia Noguchi, world ranked number 2 on the bouldering circuit, also starting to compete more often in lead. We saw her just recently at Arco for the Rockmaster, making it through into the finals. Moving on to the last page, then Gloria Gazolfi, and then Kim Ya-in, our world ranked number 1 at present. And we get to see her climb last today. So make sure you stay with us and stick with this all the way through today, as we move on and start welcoming our athletes in just a few moments' time. This is the qualifications. We're starting off at the same time. Men's and women's will be covering men's Group 2 and women's Group 1 for you today. Obviously, because they are split halfway, each athlete will climb twice today. The 2 routes, 2 separate groups. But we'll just be covering 1 in each for this one, so you'll see every single climber here today climb once, and then we move into the semi-finals tomorrow and finals tomorrow night, and I do hope you can join us for that one as well as we move through the World Cup here in Puurs. So roughly 1 minute to go at the moment until we welcome our first athletes out, which will be Kim Han-wool and Magdalena Roek on the routes that we are covering. I'm going to be joined very, very briefly for a chat through the routes with one of our route setters here, Jan, who's going to be coming across in a few moments' time once we've got started, to talk us through what we are looking at here for the league qualifications. Get your guesses into us as well. Get your predictions for our final 8. Any surprises you might see, any surprises you might think could be pushing forward for a place. I would definitely not rule out Mathilde for Belgium at this stage in the competition. She's been making finals recently. She's here on home turf. She's going to have a crowd behind her, and we wish her all the best as we move through the competition here. Other interesting female athletes to watch out for then: Sat Sol, Katharina Posch, Hannah Beer, Anak Verhoeven, obviously Kim Ya-in. And the ones I think we'll definitely be seeing making it through to the finals would be probably this first athlete about to come out, Magdalena Roek. We'll see Mina Markovic and Kim Ya-in, unless they have a bit of a mare here. Yuka Kobayashi, another one for Japan. Plenty to pick from on the women's for the potential athletes moving through into the semis and then on to the finals as well at this next stage of the World Cup season for lead. In the men's then, wants to keep an eye out for Mikhail Chernikov of Russia, more than capable of making it through into a final. Magnus Mitbo, Sean McCall is here. Jakob Schubert, Manu Roman, very capable as well, took the gold in Briançon 2 years ago on his home turf, that is his hometown, but more than capable of making finals. And then for the young athletes that we could have emerging to challenge some of the more experienced athletes, we have Domen Skovic here. We also have Sebastian Helenki. Some others that could potentially make it through, Min Hyun-bin here as well, and also we would expect to see Ramon Julien Piblanc making it through to the finals with ease based on how he's been climbing recently. Complete domination at the Arco Rockmaster, the only athlete in both men's and women's to have topped a route in the finals at the Arco Rockmaster. We saw no tops in the women's and just one in the men's, and it was him.
Zo lang been 21 is er. En Japan ook
And we are away then with our first athlete in the female category, starting here on female Route 1. This is Magdalena Roek, and there is Hanwoo Kim as well. Kim Hanwoo on men's Route 2. So Magdalena Roek, just 19 years old, already dominating on the world rankings and on the World Cup rankings. Currently this year on the World Cup rankings, she is in 6th place, and she's 8th in the world rankings at the moment at just 19 years old. Came first just recently at the female juniors lead category, the World Youth Championships in Central Saanich in Canada, over in Vancouver on the island. Fantastic competition there. Looking at the list of previous achievements for her then as well, she came 3rd here in Puurs last year. So she podiumed here last year, Magdalena. Came 5th at Imst in the lead this year as well, so made finals this year also. So Magdalena just starting off on women's Route 1. Over on men's Route 2 then we have Kim Hanwoo of Korea. Starting us off for the male athletes, more in the men's, 51 to get through today, 38 in the women's. Kim Hanwoo just 17 years old from Gwangju. World ranked 63rd at the moment, but looking at previous achievements, he was over in Central Saanich just recently at the World Youth Championships, and he came 6th there, so he's definitely upped his game just recently. He is also an Asian Youth Champion in Singapore 2011. Came first, took the gold medal there, and he's here on men's Route 2. Full day of coverage for you today. As I said a little bit earlier, if you want to get in touch with us, let us know how you're doing. You can do so on Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC. My name is Daniel Finn. Direct any questions you might want to me, and anyone you might want to talk to or hear from or ask about on the Twitter there as well.
On the blue track with the blue jersey, Jenny Lavarda. Girl from Italy, 29 years old.
So Magdalena just moving into the increased incline section here. A little bit of a roof before she gets into the main section of roof here. This wall is fantastic, very wide, pretty much vertical for the first third of the wall, and then it goes into a very inclined roof section a little bit further up. Magdalena on the yellow holds here. At the moment, these large volumes, taking a moment to rest and shake out before moving forward. She's got a pocket coming up just ahead of her. You can just see it peeking in at the top left-hand corner of the screen here. A couple of pinches to go before she's got that pocket. Transfer onto this next volume section as well. But not to jinx her this early on in the competition, we should be in pretty safe hands with Magdalena. This is quite nice to see her going first. She'll be able to show us how this route should be done. Wouldn't expect to see her coming down anytime soon. Nice little toe hook in there. Oh no, she's leaning on that. She's using it as a foothold. She's got a nice angle on that. Up and onto this next volume section now. Clipping in. Kim Hanwoo with a heel hook with the left there. Climbing on this black route here. Support coming from the crowd down on the ground here.
From Japan. Almost back with his 2 feet on the ground.
Magdalena taking her time here, getting up on top of this volume before branching out to the left-hand side. She's going to move a little bit more central in a moment. She's pretty close to the top now. She's doing very well here. Good start as well for Kim Han-woo. A little bit surprised to fall there, I think, by the look of him. A couple of moves now, and Magdalena has reached her top. She'll just have to clip in. Fantastic first effort from her. Heel hook here with the left. This could be a bit of a risky move. Switching to a heel hook with the left. One clip and then she's in. Very nice start from Magdalena Rock. We expect very little else from her. This young athlete putting on quite the show recently. Already a star in lead climbing. If you are new to the sport, then just to give you an update on what exactly is happening here before we welcome our next few athletes. You can see Chloe Corley sitting down there in the red jacket. It is absolutely freezing here at the venue. The athletes are going to struggle to stay warm. In between the break that Magdalena will now have before she gets her second climb. But just to give you an update on what this is all about then, we have our athletes here are trying to reach the top, obviously, like we just saw Magdalena do there. Each hold on the lead wall here is marked with a number. So the athletes are trying to outdo each other by putting in the best climbs. Now ideally they'd want two tops. It's the route setters' jobs, the guys that have set these routes here for us today, to try and stop that from happening and break up the competition a little bit. And we started with an athlete that is extremely capable, so Magdalena showing us how it's done, but we should see a nice spread as we move through the rest of the day as well. So each hold here is numbered. You will gain plus points on a hold if you move to the next hold but don't quite reach it as you fall. So say if someone is holding on to the 37th hold and they're pushing up to reach the 38th, and they maybe try and get a finger on it but don't quite control the next hold before they fall, they would end up with a score of 37 plus. And that's how it works, and that is also a way of dividing the athletes if you have too many ties. We take 26 of the athletes here through into the semi-finals, which will be tomorrow morning. Those athletes again try and reach the highest point they can on the wall. Now if we have a lot of ties, then we do count back, which means we go back to the scores they put in today and see whether there is any division there. So for example, if one athlete tops twice today and one athlete only tops once, if tomorrow they both top as they climb in the semi-finals, we would look back at the qualification rounds, and if an athlete has topped twice and the other one has only topped once, the qualifying place for the semi-finals would go through to the athlete that had topped twice on the first day. So every climb here, every move, every handhold they manage to take here at the qualification stage can be all important as we move through into the semis and the finals as well. Countback is a huge part of competition climbing, giving us an average over the entire competition of how that athlete has performed. Now if we have complete ties all the way back, we obviously can't go to count back. If all of the athletes have topped all of the routes and they're continuing to do that through into the semis and the finals, then it goes to time. It's how fast the athlete has been able to climb. A little bit of a slip here from Trisha Holzman, managing to hold on to it. A little bit of a risky point there for her on the left. Young athlete from Germany. So yes, if we have complete ties, then we go to time. That's the other way that we divide our athletes here at the Lead World Cups. But if the route setters have done a good job, and they usually do, we should see a nice division of where the athletes are reaching at this point of the competition, and then it's only going to get harder as they move through to the semis and the finals as well. Any questions you might have, you can direct them into us on Twitter. You know where to go to. And let us know where you're joining us from. Welcome to Puurs.
Dat deed hij voornamelijk op routes in Rolle jaren. Vorig jaar werd hij vijfde op het Olympisch kampioenschap leadklimmen, tiende in het speedklimmen. En 2 keer was hij ook Vlaams studentenkampioen. Dat gebeurde in 2007 en 2009.
on the right-hand side of your screen at the moment. Then for Italy, Nicola Di Mattia, 28 years old. Looking at previous results for Nicola, highest result so far to date was a second place in the Male Youth B Lead European Youth Cup in Priscia in Italy in 2000. That was so quite a while ago. And his last result was in 2010 at Innsbruck. And throughout the European Championship, he ended up in 49th place. So he's had a bit of a break. Nicola, here again to compete in Puurs after a break of 3 years now. Just here, unfortunately, coming down there. I think that early slip there got her a little bit pumped a little bit too soon. Coming down just as she started to approach the roof there. So, unfortunately, no top for her. But this is exactly what I meant when I said a few moments ago we should see a nice division. Some athletes falling earlier than others. That's what the route setters want to see anyway.
On the blue track, the current European champion, Dinara Vakhriginova. Fourth place on the World Cup ranking so far. After 2 competitions earlier this year. 4 times winner of the World Youth Championships.
So Patricia is back down. In a few moments we'll be welcoming our next athlete, the athlete you could see sitting at the bottom of the wall a few moments ago with that big red coat on. That's Chloe Corlier, our first out here today then for Belgium.
The European champion.
She'll be coming out to the female route in a few moments' time as Nicola tries to squeeze his way onto the next hold here. A little bit risky. Couldn't quite hold it. Possibly too pumped there at that point. You can see he got himself into an awkward position there. He didn't quite want to rely on that lower hand while he was reaching up. Back down on the ground then. Nicola we haven't seen since 2010. Italian athlete out here today. Early fall for one of our male Belgium athletes that was out on male route 1 just a few moments ago. We'll be seeing them later on. Don't worry, you will get to see every athlete climb today. But we're giving you as big a screen as you can possibly get. Trying to show you as close to the wall as we can and not going to quad screen for you. And here is Chloe Corlier then about to start off on women's route 1. The yellow route. Only 16 years old, Chloe. Born in 1996. She's from Massery Saint-Pierre. 7th at the Female Youth A Lead European Youth Cup in Stavanger in Norway this year. 11th Female Youth A Boulder European Youth Cup in Liège in France this year as well, and 5th at the Female Youth A Boulder European Youth Cup in Sofia, Bulgaria in 2013 as well. Just to keep you with 2013 for a second of what she's done so far this year, she also made it through into the finals in the European Youth Championships in Grindelwald in the bouldering category Youth A in Switzerland this year. She came 7th overall. Javier Cano Blasquez then for Spain, now starting off on the right hand side of your screen. Our third male athlete out today, 23 years old, 33rd at the European Championship in Chamonix for lead this year. Best result so far to date is a 10th place at the Male Juniors Lead IFSC European Youth Series in Munich in 2009. Xavier. Plenty more to get through today, guys. Akio Noguchi Sachiyama wandering around at the bottom of the wall here. Kim Jain, Mina Markovic, Jakob Schubert, Ramone still to climb, Clement Beckchen for Slovenia. Ramone down on the ground here, I can see analysing the route that he'll be starting on very, very shortly.
first time that he's in Puurs. He was here as well in 2011 when he became 37th. And he was in Chamonix as well at the European Championships earlier this year, where he took the 33rd place. Javier Cano Velasquez from Spain. On the opposite side of the wall, man from Italy, 20 years old, Marcello Bombardi. 31st place on the world ranking so far.
Interesting to see pretty much every high-ranked athlete at the bottom of the wall at the moment. Most not looking like they're about to get started, but I'm looking now at Sean McCall, Magnus Mikbo, Jakob Schubert, Ramonet, Kim Jae-in, Mina Markovic, all wandering around at the bottom of the wall. Sachiyama was here a moment ago as well. It's really interesting to see the high-ranked athletes watching these earlier athletes get started, analysing the route. So as we are watching these high-ranked athletes analysing the route at the bottom of the wall, we're going to do the exact same thing, as I'm now joined by one of our route-setting team here, Jan, who we were with and chatting to not that long ago at the British Bouldering Championships. Jan, how are you?
I'm okay, thanks.
So you've been sitting here for a while now then, you've had the team here and everyone's been working on these routes. Are you happy with them? How long have you worked on these?
We started on Sunday, about when we all arrived in the afternoon, so Sunday until Sunday night, and then all the way through yesterday.
And are you happy with how they turned out? I mean, I know we've just started on these, but I know that you've climbed them yourself and you've tested them yourself. Are they nice routes to climb?
Yeah, I think they're a bit pumpy, but yeah, I think they work.
Now we've seen that already start happening on the female Group 1 route here, the yellow one that we're looking at. We've seen a couple of athletes getting pumped quite early on. It's just happened again to Chloe around the same point as you move onto the roof there. What is it around that point as you're going into that increased incline that's going to get the athletes there?
So I've not tested this climb myself, but if you see what it starts a bit quite vertical and then it gets roofy and very athletic, I think, and so it's very powerful and pumpy. So as soon as you hit the roof, it becomes difficult.
And then it looks pretty sustained from then on. I mean, there's a couple of points where you can get a rest. There's a nice pocket there that you can take a moment to shake out. But is it quite a sustained route from then on with that power?
I think the pocket it's got a big hole, but it's not that good inside. It's actually a little bit slopey inside. So some of the good one can rest, but the other ones, struggle a bit. And the move gets longer and longer towards the end. So you need to save the power towards the end.
It's quite a short route, this yellow one that we were looking at a moment ago. It's not using the full length of the wall at the top there as well. What are the plans for the semi-finals and the finals? Are we going to look at some really long routes moving out onto the front section of the wall here?
Yeah, I think they're pretty long, the semis and the finals. So it should be very pumpy.
If we were to go over to the male route that we've been looking at as well, the black one here, I believe this is one of the ones that you've tested yourself and that you've been setting. This one as well, we've seen quite a few athletes coming down towards the final section of the wall as they're moving into the very end roof point there. You've got the two quite large sloper holes there, the two balls sticking out of that hole towards the top there. From that point on, the next reach up, and there's another one I think a little bit lower down. It's quite an awkward transition from that onto the next move. What is this one? What are we looking at? Technical kind of thing or a more power based?
I think it's probably more power based. So this it starts pretty steady the first half or two-thirds. Pretty steady, not really hard moves, but very tiring, very pumpy. And towards the end it gets bouldery and better holds, and you need the power. A little bit of accuracy as well. So someone fall off from most balls towards the next hole. The next hole is the pocket. So if you're a little bit powered out, it's hard to be accurate and to hit the pocket right.
So if we're talking about what the route setters have intended for this route, the idea is that it's a steadily sustained start that you're hoping to sort of sap some of the power out of them before they hit this bouldery roof section.
Yeah, I think so.
For you, for the grading on this one, if you could give us a rough estimate on the black route, what would you say?
I'd say it's probably around 80, I think.
We're starting quite hard then for the qualification rounds. Are they all roughly the same? If we were to look at the yellow one, a rough estimate on that one?
The yellow one, I think, is around maybe 80, so a little bit easier. Quite good holes in the roof, but very, like I said, very athletic.
Now I know that you set down in London at the Biscuit Factory, which is a bouldering gym down there as well. Are we likely to see your style of bouldering and predominantly using some of those more bouldery type moves coming through a little bit into this lead?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I set mainly boulders in London and everywhere for commercial gym, but I've always been mainly a route climber outdoors. So
you've kind of got the best of both worlds. You prefer climbing lead when you're out on your own, but actually as a setter you're setting more boulder type routes, so you've kind of got the best of both working for you.
Yeah, I think.
If you could choose out of the two, do you have a preference? Do you prefer lead?
Hard to say. I think I prefer lead, but it's obviously a little bit more stressful. I think you always rely on someone to be there and stuff. But bouldering is, I think, probably more relaxing.
Recreational as well. If you are with a group of people, they're all quite close to each other, down on the ground, and able to talk you through.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So if we could take a brief look at some of the other routes that we're looking at here. Now I know we're not covering this one for you guys back at home at the moment. You're not seeing the other two routes that we're looking at here, but just to give perspective, if we're looking at an 8B, and you were saying an 8B as well, you think on this one?
For the
yellow
one? No, it's probably 8A.
Okay. So we've got an 8A on the yellow and an 8B on the black. Now for the other female, we've got this blue route as well here. This one, to give a perspective, is it harder than the 8A one, or are you about the same standard?
Roughly similar difficulty, but very different style. Obviously it's nowhere near as steep, but a little bit longer and maybe smaller hole and more technical, so it's about the same.
We've got a nice difference in the two women's routes. We've got a very power-based one and a more sort of technical kind of crimpy hold sort of route.
Yeah, that's it.
And then if we were looking at the men's, then we've got this sort of draining the energy first section into a bouldery finish on the black route, and then over on the green, what are we looking at the other male route?
I think again it's a really very long journey. So quite steady but tiring start up to a rest where we see one climber hanging on this bowl, on this star volume, and then I think it gets a little bit bouldery after, and yeah, a big fight to the end.
If you were to talk to us about some of the athletes that are here and some of the ones that you think the setting here will suit their styles, is there any that you think that we're going to be particularly confident on these routes?
Well, I mean, obviously Ramon probably he's got so much stamina and it's quite a long wall. So for them, I think more of the boulder climber won't find this wall so easy because it's very, very pumpy.
But then you're hoping that the athletes that are more attuned to the bouldering discipline will kind of excel on the black route if they've got the endurance to survive the first section and they can still do the power at the end.
Yeah, I think so.
It's a really nice spread. Yeah, and I'm going to let you get back to work and go and stress over how the athletes are getting on. You come back and have a chat with us during the semis and the finals a little bit later?
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah, and thank you very much. Cheers. Nice to have a quick catch up with one of the route setters. We'll be talking to some of the other route setting team as well. Of course, our chief route setter here will be having a talk to Christian Bindhammer as we move through the competition into the semis and the finals as well. Christian's going to come over and have a chat with us a little bit later on. But as Jan has just explained, this one that we're watching Bob Schubert climb on at the moment This black route is an 8B for the men's, starting off at the qualification stage. And for the yellow women's route that we're covering, which is women's Group 1, we're looking at an 8A to start us off here. For the Puurs World Cup 2013. Interesting to talk about the difference in style between some of the athletes as well. Some of the athletes that have been maybe attending the bouldering season, moving into the lead season now, such as Mina Markovic has been at the bouldering. Obviously Akio Noguchi, exceptionally well known in the bouldering community. And then in the men's as well, Jakob Schubert, who does both, Sean McCall, who does both, and how that might be a difference here when you get into this increased route section, quite a long route that they're going to be setting during the semis and the finals. What are your opinions on that, guys? Do you think which of the athletes here that are going to really do well, which athletes do you think are going to excel on this long incline route section that we've got going on? Now you're looking at 2/3 of the wall here is on an extremely steep incline. Yarati and Villanueva now is just climbing for Spain. She's got maybe 10 more holds before she gets to that point that we've seen quite a few of the athletes getting a little bit pumped for the women's and coming down there, and that's only about 1/3 of the way through the route. But which athletes do you think are going to have the stamina, the endurance to try and make it through to the semi-finals? Which athletes are going to be comfortable in this environment? Which athletes are going to be a little bit out of depth? Let us know what you think on that one. Get in touch with us on Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC.
10th place on the European Youth Championships in East earlier this year. And 10th place as well on the World Youth Championships in Canada. Anne-Sophie Koller. Spanish girl on the yellow track. Irati Anda Villanueva. Ze kon al een paar jaar geen internationale wedstrijden, maar dit jaar begon ze er opnieuw aan, werd 43ste in Briançon en 44ste op het EK in Chamonix. Kijken of ze hier in Puurs beter kan doen. Ze heeft een paar uitstekende seizoenen achter de rug in 2007 en 2008. Werd hier toen in 2007 vierde, greep net naast de medaille en in 2008 werd ze zevende. Een vrouw met een naam in het klimmen. En hier is het tussen de Nederlanden weer.
An unfortunate early fall there for Bob Schubert. We're still with Irati and Villanueva over on the women's route 1 here, Spain. She's just about 4 moves away now from starting to push into this roof section. Question for you guys watching then, have any of you actually climbed here? Have you ever been to the Climax Centre here in Puurs? If you have, what were your impressions? There's a fantastic indoor section for lead climbing as well. Also the bouldering gym. And then we've got this huge outdoor wall, very wide wall. I'm looking at it like Imst's little brother. That's what it feels like. The outdoor wall in Imst. This is its little brother. Still pretty big.
Years old, Jurgen Lis, the man from Belgium.
So, a shaved-headed Sean McCall takes to the wall. on men's Route 2. Now, out of the two routes, this should be the one that sits easier with Sean. He's got the endurance of a lead climber, but he's also got the experience of being a boulderer. We should see him doing well here as long as he doesn't rush. We saw him rushing a little bit in Arco just recently, getting a little bit too pumped, a little bit too soon. He's got to bear in mind the rests, take advantage of them when he can. Sean's been on very good form this year on the bouldering circuit and also on the lead as well. And this route, as Jan was saying, it has this sort of sustained section, hoping to tire them out on the early stages before it moves into quite a bouldery roof section. Sean obviously climbs in both disciplines, and this should suit him. The other route, a much longer route, very sustained, a little bit more technical as you start to move up towards the star. And that could be the one that could cause some issues for Sean if he's rushing at all. But Sean McCall now on the wall. We would expect to see him going through into the semi-finals.
Sean McCall climbed 7 stages of the World Cup in the boulder climbing, and in each of them he reached a place in the top 10.
Nice section along this volume here. This next move past this one was the one that cost not Bob Schubert, the one we had before Bob Schubert actually. Getting my athletes confused now. Was Javier Cano Blasquez and also Nicola Di Mattia. We saw around this point that Sean's just breezed past there by moving to the side, traversing a little bit. That pocket just to his left of his knee now is the one that's cost some of the athletes a little bit earlier on. No problem here for Sean. He's now starting to move up towards the last 4 moves here now, looking very strong. Mio Nonaka for Japan, starting off on female 1. Our 6th athlete out today. She's only 16 years old. She's from Tokyo. Looking at the results so far for this year for her, then 31st at the World Cup in Briançon in lead and 34th in Imst. Sean in an interesting position here, is taking a moment to rest by the look of things. Got a bit of a knee bar going on.
5th place last year here in Puurs for the Canadian climb.
We're looking at about 3 moves from here and he's hit the top. Practically horizontal now and has been for some time. That's why he's taking a moment to get the rest so he can move through these last few holds with confidence.
Austrian climber on the green track.
And there it is, Sean McCall with the top for the men, showing us that it can be done. That's what we'd expect to see from Sean, and we've got plenty more athletes still yet to come to try and challenge that one. Sean still with another climb yet today to come. And all being well, we should be seeing him moving forward into the semi-finals. Mio Nonaka just starting to move up towards the roof, about 6 moves away now from hitting that tricky roof point.
The Japanese girl on the yellow track, Miho Nonaka, only 16 years old. She has not too much international experience so far. But one of those few international competitions was the World Cup stage in East earlier this year, where she became 34th.
Our next male athlete just starting off now is Magnus Midtbo for Norway. Another one like Sean, we should expect to see moving into the semi-finals. Very powerful climber. Although we did know at the start of the year, it does look like Magnus has slimmed down a little bit. He was a lot bigger last year. Very power-based. It looks like he's obviously been doing a lot of endurance work. And he has paid off for him. So far this year, 5th at Imst, 11th at Briançon, 6th at Chamonix. And the highest Magnus managed last year was a bronze medal at Cran at the very end of the season, the last World Cup of 2012. Took his only medal of 2012, bronze, on the IFSC rankings anyway, the IFSC World Cups. But a frequent finalist.
The man with the blue shirt is Magnus Midtbo, climber from Norway, 25 years old. Third place in the world ranking is
25-year-old athlete from Norway, world ranked number 8.
Definitely one of the better climbers here in the competition. Did a great job in 2012 when he became 7th on the World Cup ranking. 6th place on the World Cup ranking so far in 2013. Magnus Midtbo is een man die ook bij was op de World Games in Cali in de zomer. Dat zijn de Olympische Spelen voor niet-Olympische sporten. En daar pakte hij zowaar brons voor Noorwegen. A young girl from Japan has finished her climb. Ze heeft getopt en dat zou de eerste top van de dag moeten zijn. 6 minuten de tijd hebben ze deze kwalificatieronde. 6 minuten en dan is het afgelopen. Op de gele route met het blauwe shirt een meisje dat de muur hier in Puurs kent. Nicky Berge is dat een Nederlandse. 20ste op de wereldranglijst. En op dit moment zelfs de 10e plaats op de wereldbekerranking. Heeft er al een uitstekend seizoen op zitten met een 10e plaats op het Europees kampioenschap. Het lijkt er een beetje op dat 2013 voor haar het jaar van de doorbraak wordt. Nicky van Bergen.
Magnus looking very good here. That's it. One clip. And a secure top for our Norwegian athletes as we move over to Nicky van Bergen for the Netherlands. A bit of a strap going on the left arm here. Let's hope it's not a strain. Looking strong enough. Another athlete that could potentially be moving forward into the semis. We'd expect it to be moving forward into the semis. And this is the point that's cost some of the female athletes their climb here, moving through this section and onto the roof. But here she is, Nicky van Bergen. Now that Magnus is down, we get to see her in full screen for a little while.
Ook hij moet in staat zijn om de halve finale te halen morgen. 10e plaats op de wereldranglijst. En als u weet dat de beste
21 years old from Amsterdam, world ranked 20th, but currently this year on the World Cup season rankings, she is 10th at the moment. She came 9th in Briançon, 10th at Chamonix at the European Championships this year. Last year at Cran, 5th place on the female juniors lead at the European Youth Cup. 5th place at the European Youth Cup in Pau as well in France. Unfortunately an early-ish fall there for her though, and Nicky van Bergen is now back down on the ground. She's going to have to up her game on her next climb if she wants to be making it through into the semi-finals. And Mario Lechner for Austria makes a start on men's Route 2. 22-year-old athlete, world ranked 10th, currently 16th on the World Cup rankings for this year. Came 4th at Inzai last year, 7th at Zinning, 6th at Atlanta, 7th at Puurs. This is all 2012, came 3rd at the Rockmaster in the speed event.
Not too much international experience.
6th overall at the Rockmaster 2012. So a good season for Mario last year.
Earlier this year, where she took the 23rd place. The girl in the blue shirts. On the green track from Korea, Young Won Chon, young man, 17 years old only. Young Won is a pretty good football player as well. And he did a great job at the Youth World Championships in Canada earlier this year, where he became 9th.
Mario looking good here at the moment as we welcome our next female athlete out onto the wall, Federica Mingola for Italy. Just starting her first climb of the day. Mario starting to move up. There's a heel hook there with the right. Nice little section this point, as is this next point as well, when he has to start. Now that he's traversed over to the left, he's got to go all the way back over to the right again. It's getting a good positioning on that hold there before moving up with the pocket. Accuracy here is vital for the next move. You can see that pocket just creeping in at the top right hand corner of your screen. Now he's got to go up with the right. 2 fingers, nicely done. Switch over onto the volume. Now going to start moving left before pushing up yet again. So 2 tops already on the men's route today. Sean McCall and Magnus Mitbo. Mario looking strong as well. Same technique here that we saw from Magnus. And from Sean. Looking a little bit pumped now though. Mario's got a little bit of a shake going on. Here's the knee bar that we saw from Sean as well. This is the point that he'll take a rest. Here we are, shaking out, grabbing a little bit more chalk. It's looking like he's thinking about pushing on. No, he's going to stay there for a while, which is the right thing to do. You can tell he's a little bit pumped now. Needs to take a moment to just shake it out before moving on to the latter 4 moves on this route. Federica doing the same thing, and she hasn't hit the roof yet, so you can see how pumpy that female Group 1 route is. Federica only hitting about a third of the way up now, and she's resting, taking her time, trying to get rid of that pumpy feeling. And there is a top for Mario Lechner. Great start for him as well. We could be seeing some tight competition here from the men's. Let's hope that the other route is going to divide them. At the moment, we've had 3 tops already, and we've only had 7 climbers. The route setters could be shaking in their boots a little bit about now.
On the green track from Spain, Marco Antonio Gomez Angarita. This is his 3rd World Cup this year. Participated in Briançon, France, where he became 17th. And that was also his ranking after the European Championships in Chamonix.
Federica really taking her time on this one. Clearly identified it as being very pumpy on the early sections. Taking it nice and slow. Hopefully that's going to pay off as she starts to move into this long roof section now. Only 18 years old, Federica from Torino. Best result so far to date was 2 third-place positions at the Female Junior Boulder European Youth Cups. One in L'Argentière and one in Sofia this year. So she's on good form in the bouldering so far. In the lead, she competed in the juniors at the European Youth Championship in Imst this year as well. Ended up in 14th place. While she was in good form, I'm hoping that I haven't jinxed her there on that one. Unfortunately coming down quite early again, so we're seeing quite a lot of early falls on the female route. Quite a lot of tops on the male.
Het is trouwens de kleinste van alle klimsters. En dan hebben we het over het formaat. Ze is zelfs kleiner dan Jane Kim, de Koreaanse. En ook haar broer zien we nog aan het werk straks. Dat is Manuel Romain. Man die u ongetwijfeld nog kent van de voorbije edities van deze wereldbekerwedstrijd hier in Puurs.
Daan Groskamp here then for the Netherlands, 17 years old, born in Velsen. He's in Velsenbroek. Looking at previous world results for him. No World Youth Championships as of yet. European Youth Cups though. Plenty of those behind him, and European Youth Series as well throughout this year and 2011. Only one in 2012. He came 8th in Edinburgh at the European Youth Cup in Male Youth A Lead category in 2012. 2011 was definitely his year though. 4th place at the Male Youth B Lead European Youth Cup in Kran. 4th place in Veliko Tarnovo. Made finals and a majority of different European Youth Cups during that year as well. Just missed out this year in Edinburgh, coming 9th at the Male Youth A Lead category European Youth Cup in Edinburgh this year. Just missed out on a spot in the finals. We wish him well as he starts to move into the roof section here now. Daan Groskamp. We have our next female athlete just starting up now as well. This is Christina Strutz for Austria. Unfortunately, a fall there as well for Dan. Back down on the ground. Christina Stutz, 22 years old from Gallenkirchen. World ranked 33rd. Currently on the World Cup rankings though, she's up to 25th. A lot of bronze medals at the female junior lead IFSC European Youth Series. 3 in fact throughout 2009 at Cran, Edinburgh and Munich. She took bronze medals there. Took a bronze in Annecy in France in 2008 at the European Youth Series.
Green track from Slovenia, Jure Ratsesen.
Our next athlete out for the men's grouping then, and one to watch out for as we move through, is Christoph Hanke. 10th out today for Germany, moving around with Sebastian Halenki, going to all of these World Cups this year. Another young athlete, still in school. Born in 1994, 19 years old now, sorry, just had a birthday. From Olching, world ranked 30th, World Cup ranked this year 24th. Best result so far to date is a bronze medal at the Male Youth A Lead European Youth Cup in Veliko Tarnovo in Bulgaria 2011. Hasn't done too well on the seniors this year, Christoph. But he trains with Sebastian.
Auf den Europa-Jugendmeisterschaften in Imst in Österreich. Christoph Hanke.
Now, can Christina make it through these next 3-4 moves? These are the ones that just cost our last athlete out today. Federica Mingola at this point here. Can she sustain that pinch? Not quite. Similar fall then. We've spotted a potential crux here on the wall. Christoph looking good here. He's going to have to be careful though. He does have a bit of a tendency to get a bit too pumped too quick. Got to keep it slow, find the rests when he can.
Op dit moment 41ste op de wereldbekerranglijst, Sol Sang uit Korea. Maar die ranglijst, dat zegt allemaal niet veel, want die 1 of 2 manches mist, zakt natuurlijk plaatsen op die wereldranglijst.
Unfortunately, just falling there before having a chance to take a rest. A little bit higher up on the wall, it hadn't quite made it up towards that knee bar that the athletes have been trying to make it to take a moment to compose himself before moving through the last 4 or 5 moves. Christoph just falling a little bit prior to that, unfortunately. Back down on the ground then, as we welcome Mina Markovic to female Route 1 now. If you are new to the sport and you don't know that name, write it down. Write it down now, just so you can remember it for future, because Mina is definitely the one to watch here, along with Kim Jae-in. They are the ones that are competing, battling it out, and have been all the way through this season for that top spot in the women's category of the lead season. Mina, an incredible rap sheet behind her. She's currently in 2nd place on the world rankings, just behind Kim Jae-in. Not many points dividing them either. Mina's 25 years old from Maribor. Now, she held the 1st place World Cup ranking for many years, way back towards 2010. Consistently world ranked number 1. Kim Jae-in now starting to push forward. So on the world rankings, Mina's dropped down to 2nd. On the World Cup rankings for this year, though, Mina is currently in 1st. Came 2nd at the European Championships in Chamonix, 2nd at Briançon, but then 1st at Imst. Then went and did the bouldering at the European Championship and came 2nd there as well. Exceptionally diverse climber. Very, very good at bouldering as well. Quite a reputation on the bouldering scene. Daisuke Kasahara for Japan now out on the male route. So leave Mina Markovic to show us how to get past that crux section on the women's route here. We would expect to see her moving past that in a few moments' time. Kasahara, our 11th athlete out today, is 24 years old, world ranked 27th. World Cup ranked 25th at the moment. That was after a 17th place at Imst this year. Pulled up his world rankings by quite a bit. Only started on the IFSC circuits last year, came 19th at Mokpo 2012, 22nd at Inzai 2012. Nice to see him here in Belgium. We now wait to see how he gets on as he moves through this one here. Mina Markovic now starting to approach this roof. Welcome, if you are just joining us, to the qualifying rounds here in Puurs in Belgium. Anytime you want to get in touch with me or anyone here at the venue, you can do so by going onto Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC. IFSCWC. Hello to Joe, joining us on the Twitter space right now, saying good to see Sean McCall getting the first stop at the IFSC World Cup today. It's been a while since I watched the live climbing, and it's still awesome. You're awesome, Joe. Thank you for the comment. Tanea climbing as well, joining in, saying Venga for Ramone. Getting involved in the chat there as well. So if you want to get in touch with us, the place to go is onto Twitter. Use the hashtag IFSCWC. Here at Puurs 2013.
Op de zwarte route nu, dat is Daisuke Kasahara. Man met relatief weinig internationale klimervaring. Maar hij pakte wel de 17e plaats op de wereldbekerwedstrijd in Imst. Aus Österreich, Katharina Puurs. 19 Jahre oud, 19 years old. Current place on the world ranking is number 10. And Katharina is a silver medal winner at the European Youth Championships and at the World Youth Championships earlier this year. is Mina Markovic uit Slovenië. De winnares van het goud op de Wereldspelen in Colombia. Staat op dit moment ook op de eerste plaats op de wereldbekerlijst. Een gezicht dat we absoluut morgen terug willen zien. Dat van Mina Markovic. Mina, stop. Mina, stop. Mina Markovic, current #1 on the World Cup ranking. She's from Slovenia. En ook Catharina Puurs staat mee met de 2 voeten. De man met het rode shirt is een Zwitser, Kevin Hoeser. 18 pas. Deed het prima op de Europese jeugdbeker in Stavanger in Noorwegen, waar hij 4e werd dit jaar. En ook voor hem is het de allereerste keer dat hij erbij is in het volwassenencircuit. Kevin Hoeser.
Kevin Husa, our 12th athlete out today in the men's category. 18 years old from Wieden in Switzerland. 4th at the Male Juniors League European Youth Cup in Stavanger in Norway this year. And that is his best result so far to date in the juniors category. Came 3rd in the Male Youth B Speed at the IFSC European Youth Series in Munich in Germany. Unfortunately, an early-ish form again there for him. We're about to keep our eyes peeled, though, as we go over to the female wall now, with Mathilde Brumain starting off for Belgium on the women's route here. Just getting started with her climb. More than capable of making it through, not only to the semi-finals, but also to the finals as well.
Diciembres, Coupe du Monde. À l'instant.
Remain world ranked 15th at the moment, World Cup ranked 10th so far this year, 24 years old from Brussels, not far from here, 9th at Imst this year, 6th at Chamonix, 6th last year at Mokpo, and also 6th at Barcelona 2011. Her best result is here at Puurs in 2010, where she came second, so she has podiumed here before. She'll be looking to repeat that more or less on home turf. It is home turf, but it's we're a little way away from Brussels. When it really is your hometown, it's the kind of thing we saw with Manu Roman last year in Briançon, with a crowd of thousands of people on the ground cheering him on in his hometown. Must be an incredible boost for the athletes. Mikhail Chernikov starting now as well. You can see how cold it is here today. Although Mathilde's fighting against it with the vest top, but Mikhail wrapped up warm for his climb here. Chernikov, another one that we could see going through into the finals. "28 years old from Voronezh, world ranked 12th, World Cup ranked 14th so far this year, 11th at Imst, 9th at Chamonix, so just missing out in the finals. Last final for him was in 2012 at the Rockmaster, where he came 4th overall and 7th in the men's speed category. No medals so far to date on the IFSC circuit, though. We have a new young Russian athlete starting to emerge as well that could be changing that for the men's lead in the Russians category. That athlete is Dmitry Bakiryanov. Mikhail looking a little bit shaky here with that right leg. Managing to keep that heel hook going as he gets the left up as well. Now this next move though is all important. Gets the 2 fingers in. See him trying to control his breathing there as he's moving on to this next section around this second volume on the wall. Upper body still looking fine, taking a moment there to just stretch a little bit before moving on to this next one. Heel hook there as well, and straight up again. These athletes know where the rest points are. They've been watching from the ground. They can see where the best point is to try and rest. And on this one for the men's, the black route is just about to start approaching it, so we should see him getting up with a knee bar here. Just trying to get in now. We've seen most of the athletes actually using the left leg here, using most of their thigh to wedge in. He might switch legs here. This is the point where he should be resting. It's looking like Mikhail's going to carry on pushing for it. Just a couple of moves now away from the top. Big stretch there. Now if he'd taken a little bit longer, I think, just stretched out a little bit more, rested a little bit more, he might have got that top that he was looking for. He wasn't far away from it. Mathilde looking a little bit pumped as well here though. Can she stay with it for these next 5 moves? Trying to drop knee. Bit of a shake going on. Can she hold it? Heel hook here. Trying to rock over. She's got it with the right. And unfortunately, no. Being called down, but a round of applause from the crowd there for her. Tell us who your favourites are, guys. Get in touch with us by getting onto Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC. Who are you rooting for today? Who are you wanting to see go through to the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow? Full day of coverage for you tomorrow. Breaking only so the route setters can just reset the walls and get ready for the finals. But plenty more to come here at Puurs 2013. Seen some great climbs already today.
Is his name, a man from Chile. Not too much information about his international career. Participated at the World Championships in Paris last year. Track, a climber from Israel, 20 years old. His name is Wexler.
Lucas Gaona for Chile out on the wall now. "23 years old, lives in Santiago. Highest result so far to date was 19th at the Male Youth A Lead World Youth Championship in Ibarra in 2007, so quite a while ago. Most recently, he came to the World Championship in Paris, competed in the bouldering category there, ended up in 79th place. Wish him well as he starts here on men's route 2. Already got quite a shake going on there in the right leg. You can see as he went up for the heel hook. Looking a little pumped here. Is he going to be able to make it along the oblong? She's just seen creeping into the top of the screen now. This has cost some of the athletes a little bit earlier on today. And next athlete then over on the female wall right now. You can see Kim Jae-in at the bottom of the wall there with the headphones on, watching what's going on. But on the wall we have Tina Johnson Hafsas for Norway. Frequent semi-finalist. 19 years old from Oslo. World ranked 32nd, World Cup ranked 23rd. And there you can see Lucas struggling with that oblong section. It has costed him. She came second just recently, Tina Johnson Hafsas, at the Female Juniors Lead European Youth Cup in Stavanger on home turf. Took a silver medal. At the European Youth Championships in Imch this year, she took a bronze medal. And she took a gold medal last year at the European Youth Cup in Kran for the Female Juniors category of lead.
Nummer 12 van de wereld beklimt de blauwe route op dit moment. Dat is Akio Noguchi, 24 jaar oud en al een pak internationale ervaring. Ze staat op de 10e plaats op de wereldbeker-ranglijst. Vorig jaar werd ze 13e na de 6. Uitstekende broederklimster stond dit jaar op bijna alle broederwedstrijden op het podium. top van gescoord. 21ste werd hij op de wereldbeker in Puurs 2013.
Naoto Hakamada then for Japan. Over on the men's route now, 21 years old. Currently World Cup ranked 30th for this year. Some of his best results: second at the Male Juniors Lead Asian Youth Championships in Singapore 2011. Most recently at the IFSC events, he came 21st at IMST this year, so managed to make it through into the semi-finals there. Now you can see Tina Johnson-Hassas coming down there, trying to blow some heat onto her hands. It is very, very cold here, and I think that might have an adverse effect in the break between the athletes as well. A lot of them are indoors before they're coming out for their climb. If they're not watching at the bottom of the wall, they're inside the main facility trying to keep warm and get on the warm-up walls round the back. When they come out then and climb, they have to have a bit of a waiting period before they climb their second route, and that could be a problem. Their second climb today could be quite tricky for them. I can see Salome Roman at the bottom of the wall here with mittens on, next to Ellen Janiko wearing a massive puffer jacket. It is very, very cold. I don't know how Naoto Hakamada's feeling right now in those shorts.
On the floor. Een naam die u ongetwijfeld nog kent van de vorige jaren hier in Puurs, dat is die van het meisje met het lichtblauwe shirt en de rode mouwen. Yevgenia Malamits is dat uit Rusland. 26 is ze, uitstekende klimster, momenteel de nummer 8 van de wereld. Kijk eens wat die Chileen daar allemaal aan het proberen was. Die solliciteert naar een plaats in de halve finale. Thomas Ramanal.
Evgenia Malamid and Ruben Fernenberg on the walls now. Evgenia more than capable of going through to the semi-finals. Very well-known Russian athlete in the lead discipline. 26 years old. She's world ranked 7th at the moment. 8th on the World Cup rankings so far this year. 6th at IMST just recently. 8th at the European Championships in Chamonix. 7th at Kran at the end of last year. 9th at Inzai. best result so far to date. 3rd place at the Rockmaster in Arco 2012. Also a 4th place at IMST 2012 as well. Last year here in Puurs, she came 7th, so she made finals last year. So they'll be looking to replicate that and try and improve as we move through the competition this year then. Ruben Fernenberg, younger brother of David Fernenberg. Both athletes for Germany, 16 years old, Ruben Fernenberg from Hanover. Came 1st at the Male Youth B Lead European Youth Cup in Cran last year. 8th at the European Youth Championship in IMST this year. And best results we're looking at then, a 1st place at Cran and a 1st place at IMST in 2012 European Youth Cups. 3rd place also at the European Youth Championships in Zemozak in France in 2012. And a silver medal at Veliko Tarnovo at the European Youth Cup there in 2011 as well. So podiuming quite often on the European Youth Cups, but it's the difficult transition, isn't it, between the youth competitions moving on to the senior standard of these World Cups. Very few of these athletes able to challenge the more experienced, older competitors. Question in from Pete on the Twitter saying, isn't Kim Jae-in competing today? She is. She will be last out for us on the female route 1 that we're looking at here. So Kim Jae-in is the one to wait around for until the end of the coverage here today at the qualifications. Finishing on a high. But yes, she will be here later on. Moving through where Evgenia is now on the wall.
En vorig jaar klom hij ook op de wereldjeugdkampioenschappen in Singapore. Daar werd hij 26e. Teun Keusters uit Nederland.
Shock with an early fall there from Evgenia, which means that it's all on her second climb now. She's going to be relying on putting in a good performance on her next climb. Otherwise she could be missing out on a place in the semis, let alone the finals. But we would expect to see Evgenia pushing for a place in the finals. If not making it, then just falling short, 10th or 9th place. Ruben Fernenberg back down on the ground as well. You can see Ellen Janiko there in the blue underneath the Petzl sign. Warming up, she'll be out in just a few seconds' time. Next up on the men's route will be Evgeny Zazulin. Zazulin is our last male athlete before we have a clean on that route. But plenty more to come for the male athletes. Ellen Janiko going to be next up on the female route here. See Evgenia sitting down as well, talking to Mikhail Chernikov, trying to control her response over that early fall there. She's obviously very disappointed. A little bit teary-eyed, but okay. Smiling now. She knows what she has to do. Just got to focus, keep pushing, stay warm in the break, and then go for it on the second climb. She can put in a good climb on the second climb. She'll hopefully earn herself a spot in the semis. From then on, it's just about pushing towards those finals. We're now with our next athlete for Russia, Evgeny Zazulin, starting his climb on the men's route now.
Indrukwekkend palmares bij de jeugd. Daar hoort ze bij de absolute top van Europa. Haalt op zowat alle wedstrijden podiumplaatsen. Mag zich dit jaar ook Belgisch kampioen noemen, zowel bij de jeugd als bij de volwassenen. Vorig jaar konden ze hier de halve finale en werd toen 15e in Puurs. En ze won ook de European Youth Cup wedstrijd in Stavanger in Noorwegen eerder dit jaar. Amak Verhoeven. Aan de overkant van de gele route, Hélène Janico uit Frankrijk. The girl from France, 4th place at the current World Cup ranking.
Hélène Janico is starting her climb then. Over on the women's route now. For France, the 19-year-old athletes, world ranked 5th already and World Cup ranked this year 3rd after a 4th place in Imst, a 3rd place in Briançon and a 3rd place at Chamonix, the European Championships this year. Fantastic start to the year for this young French athlete, Hélène Janico, now starting off on the left-hand side. We would expect to see a top here. We want to see Hélène climbing at her best. Came first at Briançon last year. We had double French gold. Zazolin on the other side of your screen right now, 22 years old from Kaliningrad. World ranked 43rd, World Cup ranked 35th. Came 10th at the World Cup in Briançon 2011. That is the last time that we've seen him pushing up to a high score. 8th at the World Championships in Arco the same year as well. Made the finals at the World Championships, Evgeny. And a fortunate early fall there for Evgeny. Stay with Hélène Janico here now as she starts to push forward. And this tricky point. She's got past one of the cruxes that we've had on the wall so far. Some of the female athletes struggling just below that pocket she's got her right foot on at the moment. The pinch you can see just next to it to the right, that's been a costly move for quite a few athletes. Hélène just needs to keep her cool here now, don't push too fast. So just to give you those gradings again that we've been speaking to the route setters about a little bit earlier on today, we're looking at an 8B for the men's route and an 8A for this one that we're on currently with Hélène, female Group 1. Roughly 4 moves away from the top there, but unfortunately Hélène Janico coming down a little bit too soon. She's going to look disappointed about that one. Now, as I said, for Evgeny Malamid, just needs to keep her cool now, stay controlled, stay warm in the break, and then come out and attack the second route. Still a pretty good score though on the female route that she's been climbing on there. Not a lot of the female athletes have made it that high. And you might have just seen Ramone being lowered into the group of people at the bottom there. You can see him just disappearing now because he's a lot shorter than pretty much everybody that's down there. But Ramone has just topped his first route. We'll be seeing him a little bit later on the second one. On fantastic form at the moment, Ramon Julian. Anak Verhoeven only a few moves away from the top as well. She's just been lowered down into the arena. Should be out in a few moments' time as we get ready to welcome Luke Timmermans in a few moments' time after they've cleaned the walls for the male route. So at the moment we're on a bit of a break with the men's. Our next female athlete out then will be Tabitha Buma of the Netherlands. Get your support into us on Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC. You know where to find us. Come and let us know whether you're enjoying the coverage, if you like the routes and the look of what we're dealing with here, what the athletes are having to deal with. Let us know where you're joining us from, who you're rooting for as we move through the qualification round here today. Time is roughly 12:30 here locally to us. And we'll be looking at wrapping things up around about 4 o'clock-ish, I think, this afternoon. Fair few climbs yet to come. You've got Jenny Levada still to come, Dinara Fakhreddinova, Sas Sol, Salome Roman, Katarina Posch, Hannah Bear, Anak Verhoeven, Rebecca Stotz. Of course, finishing up eventually with Kim Yain. There are others in that list as well. I'm just picking out a few of the highlights that we might see. Not that they're not all highlights. And then for the men's, we've got plenty more to come. Still yet to climb. Here today, Jakob Schubert, Romain de Grange, Gauthier Super. Loic Timmermans will be out next. Marcelo Bombardi, Lucas Cobb. Kim Jabi's climbing here as well. And also Min Hyun Bin. Recent gold medal for Min. Fantastic form this year. Ramone still yet to come. Sachi Ama still yet to come. Thomas Ballet, Sebastian Helenki, and Stefano Gazzolfi still waiting to climb. We'll be covering them as we move through the rest of the day as well. Brief break at the moment on the men's as it's being cleaned. On the women's, though, we are back over onto our next female athlete out to join us here then. This is Tabitha Buma. Tabitha Buma, 19 years old, here representing the Netherlands. Came 6th at the Female Juniors Lead European Youth Cup in Stavanger this year. 6th also at the Junior Lead European Youth Cup in Edinburgh 2012. Those are our highest results so far to date. Moving out now and an attempt at the senior circuit.
Ze was er al een paar keer eerder bij hier in Puurs. 2 keer werd ze 30ste in 2011 en in 2012.
Well, a very, very early fall there for Tabitha Buma. Get ready to move straight away onto our next female athlete, which will be Barbara Bakker. You can see just getting warmed up there to the right-hand side of the screen. Most of the athletes trying to keep their hands warm in this period while they're waiting. See Magnus Midtbo in a big puffer jacket there next to Mario Lechner and Jakob Schubert. While we are waiting for the men's route to get cleaned before we move on with Luke Timmermans, our first top of the day now joins us. It's Sean McCall sitting next to us here in the commentary booth. Sean, how you doing?
I'm feeling good. It's pretty cold here this morning, but yeah, a little bit of downtime. They're going to clean the routes. One of the routes is still going. Yeah, I just walked over and time to have a chat.
How was that first one? I mean, I was talking to one of the route setters earlier on, and I said when you were getting onto the wall, I think that this is a route that would suit your style. It's got the endurance and the draining energy section at the start of the wall into quite a bouldery, nice little finish. Was it quite a comfortable route for you to climb?
Yeah, you got it spot on. It's not really too long. I think I counted the moves, just over 40. It's really physical. I like this part of the wall. I mean, I love this competition. I really, even though it's steep, I really like the routes here. I like the lines they take. They don't go too far back and forth, but they still go wander a little bit. But yeah, no, I had a lot of fun on it. I climbed it well, and I felt really in my element, you can say.
Now, the second one that you're going to have to deal with a little bit later on this green route over here, you've got a little bit of a longer route, nice and sustained, a bit of technicality happening there, had a couple of crimps to deal with. For you, this one that you're looking at, what are you thinking of this next one?
Well, yeah, for this one, I think it'll be a little bit harder for me, I guess. It takes the far left line of the wall, so really the first third of the route's a lot more technical. You just have to really place your feet a little bit better, and then through the second third, and the third, I guess, yeah, it starts to get a little bit harder, and this route just individually looks a lot harder than the other one. A lot of the good climbers have been falling off, so it'll be hard, and but I'm looking forward to it. I mean, I already topped one, so it already puts me it already makes me psyched to do the next one, and so I should have a good time.
But you're a little bit comfortable because you've got that top behind you. We've seen a lot of the female athletes as well that are falling quite early on this route here as they're moving towards the roof, getting a little bit stressed about the second climb. What I wanted to ask is, a lot of you all hang around at the bottom of the wall. You're all sort of standing about, talking to each other, discussing things. What are the main things you're talking about down there if it is about the wall?
Whenever we're looking at the routes, whether it's a boys' route or a women's route, we're looking for really tricky sections, whether it's in the feet, in how you grab the holds, or even the sequence that you grab the holds. So for instance, on the green route, right where everyone was falling, I know especially the Korean Hyun Bin Min fell on this move. He got down and he told us, yeah, look, I fell on the move because it felt like I wasn't reaching far enough, but it was also because he kept his toe hook in. So we know now, we put our right foot on, we take out the toe hook to do the move, and it'll help us. And so it's really nice of him to give us that little beta, and when I come down, I say, look, this move was a little bit harder, but the whole route was good, and so you should top it. And right behind me, there was Magnus and Marty who both topped it, so kind of share information like that.
I was going to say, is that something that you do quite frequently? I mean, is it a select group of you that get on as friends, or is it just a general thing that most of the athletes do when they get down, if they've noticed, where they've fallen or where they've found a difficult spot or a good rest, perhaps? Is that kind of quite often shared amongst the other athletes at this stage?
Maybe not all of the athletes, but me individually, I'm very open to that. Any one of the climbers can come up to me and ask, hey, how did you do this, or how is this hold? And I will tell them. I don't care what nation that they're from, because this is one of the rare sports where everyone is actually helping the opposition. And I feel, especially because in qualifiers, there's still 26 that are going to semifinals. And really, if you're first, you're at a very slight disadvantage. And so, sometimes I'm first, sometimes I'm not. But then I know that when I'm not the first climber and one of my friends are, I can go up to them and I can say, hey, how was this move? I'm a little bit worried, or all that. So, it's kind of a, I don't know, you could call it karma if you want. Like, I'm very open to telling people sequences when it's a flash format, and then, I hope, and it's true. Sometimes I've been at comps where I'm unsure about a certain move. One of my friends climbs it, I ask them, and then I feel much more comfortable.
What about rest spots? When you're looking up at the wall, are they the kind of things that just are very obvious to you? Do they often scream out? Like the knee bar you got up at the top there, and we've seen quite a few athletes getting a little bit of a knee bar before the final four moves. Over on the green one, they're talking around the star point there, around the green, that's another rest spot there. For you, do they just seem screamingly obvious, or is that another thing that you would talk about with the other guys?
For me, specific to my climbing style, I don't look for that first. Usually when I'm climbing, I stop if I can stop, and if I don't feel like I want to stop, I just keep climbing. And there have been routes where I keep climbing for every move until I fall or until I top or something. And then there's other parts where I see a specific rest and I get there. For the qualifiers here, I did see the rest on the star, but I don't think I'm going to be spending much time there. Also, the fact that it's only just over halfway up, I'm hoping I'm not going to be pumped by that time. You never know. Maybe I get there and I'm screaming pumped and I have to rest. But, you know, if everything goes well, I'll get there, I'll be a little bit tired, I'll shake once or twice, and I'll keep going. I mean, that's not set in stone, but that's a very high probability of my climbing style.
Talk to me a little bit about Arco that we had recently. You were through into the finals there. They were really, really tough routes all round in Arco. Even at the earlier stages, the semi-final routes looked exceptionally difficult as well. Very, very long routes. Did you enjoy Arco this year?
I did. I really enjoyed Arco this year, and even before going to Arco, I was really excited to do lead climbing again. After I trained really, really hard for 2 months, and then I went to the World Games and then the World Cup in IMST, and I was really psyched for the World Games. And then after doing the World Games and IMST, I wasn't in finals in IMST. I felt off. Really, I just felt off. And I thought about it, I analyzed it, I talked with some of my friends, and I think what happened is that I didn't take enough break from my 8 weeks of training until the competition season. And, you know, it's a very small error that cost me, you know, that finals. And because a week later, after I took 10 days off, I was back at the Bouldering World Cup in Munich, and I felt really good. And then I did Arco, I also felt really good, and then I just did the Adidas Rockstars. So, you know, small little tweaks like that, sometimes it's hard to manage. I know every competitor is a little bit different. Some take, you know, 5 days to rest, some take 10, some take 3 weeks, you know. But I was really excited to compete in Arco, and so I had a really good time. Obviously, my girlfriend was there. She made finals in both. She wasn't even expecting to make finals in bouldering, but yeah, she crushed bouldering, and she crushed routes as well. And so she had a really good time competing in the finals. It was after work. I had a really good time, and in the after work, I ended up making a really big mistake. I did a move where I was supposed to keep my foot on, and, you know, spur of the moment, I started doing the move, and I'm like, oh, guess this is a little hop, and I jumped off the wall. And tried to stick the hole, and I didn't, and I was falling. And then it turned out that actually, you know, 6 of the 8 finalists made mistakes. Jakob, he came second. He made a mistake in the roof, and he's lucky enough to come second. I know Dolman was third. He slipped 2 moves past me, and Sachi slipped on the move just previous to me. So, you know, we all made mistakes. Ramon just dominated and didn't make any mistakes, top the route. And so, you know, it comes to that, and Ramon is yeah, you have to say it, he's the king of Arco. The way they set the routes there totally goes to his style. He's strong, he's confident, and he won.
He's clearly very hungry at the moment. It's obviously coming back to him, and he's getting angry, I think, but in the best possible way. But hungry in terms of the world rankings. I was talking to Sachiyama a little bit earlier on in the year, and he was saying that he's quite enjoying competing with Ramone. And obviously at the start of the year, Sachi was world ranked #1, and Ramone's just come back with a vengeance at every single comp that he's been competing at, just pushing more and more and more. And now, you know you've got Jakob up there in second, Sachi all the way down in third. It's happened so quickly, that turnaround. The thing I wanted to ask you about the disciplines themselves and the seasons in general. Out of the two of them, which one would you say that you struggle more with in terms of getting tired, needing to find the moments to rest? Out of boulder and lead, which one would you say as a season seems to be the more you find more naturally applicable to your style?
Well, that's a really good question, and I mean, to start off the conversation, they're very different. Bouldering is very, you know, power, and you could almost say like speed. Like you have to do the moves quickly because you can't really stay on there. And when you're lead climbing, yeah, it's a little bit more of problem solving while you're on the wall. And if you fall, that's it. Like your climb's over. Whereas with bouldering, you can fall lots, you still win the comp. And so you have to always remember that. And so for me, when I'm switching between the two, in bouldering, I have to remember to go fast and just execute. And in lead, I just have to remember to be a good problem solver and just go with what feels the most natural. But back to your original question on which of the two feels harder, I would almost say that the lead climbing season is harder on my body, and probably mentally as well. Bouldering is, yeah, like I said, much more physical, and in between them, you know, I get to eat like lots of food, and like I know I'm burning lots, and I'm burning lots when I'm lead climbing too. But I don't know, it just feels a little bit different, and maybe it's the mentality between the two disciplines. But overall, I think it's going to have to be lead climbing. It's a little bit harder on my season, I guess.
Do you think that that's anything to do with the training style? You know, you're doing a lot more endurance, a lot more sustained types of climbing. I mean, yes, you're only going once and you're falling, you know, and then that's it, like you were saying a moment ago. Whereas in bouldering, it's like a lot and often. But do you think that has anything to do with the training itself, or do you think it is just that the competition, the structure of the qualifications into the semis and the finals is different in a way that it just sort of takes a slow burning energy out of you?
I think yeah, that's exactly. It can't be really put any other way. That yeah, lead climbing is just, I don't know. Even it feels like you climb less when you're at lead climbing comps, because you do 4 routes in the span of, assuming you make finals, in the span of 2 days. Whereas at bouldering, assuming you make finals, that's, how many boulders is that? 13 boulders. So, it's a lot more boulders, 3 rounds, and it's hard. It's hard on your body. They're both hard on your body. So.
Okay, so for you here, just to wrap up, out of all of the guys that you're looking at now, I mean, I know everyone gets on and everyone's kind of got a good relationship with each other, but your biggest threats at the moment, the ones that for you, you're keeping an eye out because you know they're going to be challenging you for the medals, who are they?
It's funny you should ask me that, because I honestly rarely think about that. And the reason I rarely think about that is because, obviously, I'm aiming to make every round. I'm hoping to make semifinals. I want to make semifinals. I'm hoping to make finals. But for me, making finals, it often does not rely on any other competitor. It often relies on me. And when I climb well, I make finals. When I don't climb well, sometimes I make finals if I'm lucky, and sometimes I don't. So that's a hard question. But you asked me to think about it, so I'll think about it. And there's obviously you look at the world ranking. You have to, and you look at whoever's won the World Cups this year. So you look at the top 3. Of course, it's going to be Jakob from Austria, Sachi from Japan, and Ramone from Spain. And those 3 are, you'd have to say, like, the favorites. And then there's another, I guess there's a whole bunch more people. There's a whole group of my friends as well, and I hope, and most of them too, they agree that they climb well, they make finals, and if they don't climb well, they don't make finals. And so
I think that's part of the collective atmosphere that you get with climbing. It's because it isn't a competition so much with the other athletes. It's you and the wall, essentially. It's you and the route that you're climbing, or it's you and the boulder you're trying to defeat at the time. It's more, the actual competitors, or the challengers to you as an athlete. It is the route setters and the routes.
That's exactly the image, the mentality that I try to tell anyone that'll listen to me. I mean, that's when I'm coaching. That's what I try to tell them. Like, look. Go climb your best, and when you get to the ground, tell yourself, did you climb well? And if you climbed really well, then try to be happy. And I know it's hard because everything does come down to places. And when I climb well and I have a bad placing, I'm not very happy about it, obviously. And if I climb super well and I don't make finals, I'm mad, but I'm mostly mad at myself. Like, I can't control what anyone else does. They were just stronger than me on this route. And if I climbed perfectly, that means I got to train harder. And so, I don't know, I think about it very analytically, very black and white. I know not everyone's like that. I know some people, even if they climb poorly, they still want to win, or I don't know, and sometimes it happens. But I think a lot of the climbers share my mentality of, they're going out and they're always trying to climb the best. And, I've adopted that for as long as I can try to remember. I've always said that, and I know sometimes it's hard. Even I've fallen and I scream off the routes and I'm upset, and I always have to try to remind myself to smile, enjoy it, and really enjoy it. It's become such a big part of my life that if I don't enjoy it now, I'm gonna stop climbing or stop competing, and however many years, if it's 5, if it's 10, and I'm gonna be like, man, all I did was I was just running around and I wasn't having fun. And I'm very fortunate to have the support that I have, the sponsors that I have, the friends that I have. I have to sometimes take a step back and just really appreciate it. So I think about that more and more, and the more and more I think about it, the more I think it's more important. And so it all comes back on itself, and so I just remember all the time to make sure I have fun.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you for spending some time talking to us.
Thanks.
Good luck. I'll see you at the end of the comp.
Thank you. Hope I can do my second one as well.
Thank you, Sean. There you are, some advice for you guys back at home from one of the masters here at the comp about mentality, the way to look at your climb as you are competing. Nice to have a catch-up chat there with Sean McCall. We're chatting to some of the other boys as we move through the competition, try and get conversation going on as well with some of the female athletes. See if I can pull Ellen Janiko across a little bit later on to have a bit of a talk about that climb there. Her first climb earlier today after she's had a second. If I don't catch it today, I'm sure I will through the rest of the competition. How's everyone doing? Are you enjoying the comp so far? What are you thinking of the routes that we're looking at? Let us know. Get in touch with us on Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC. Now up on the wall, Manuela Sigrist for Switzerland.
Vrolijk getopt heeft ze de Koreaanse Kim. En laten we maar zeggen, dat zijn er al zeker tijdens morgen de halve finale. We hadden eigenlijk niet anders verwacht van de Koreaanse.
Gauthier Super now out for France. Fantastic performance so far this year. Definite potential finalist now on the wall. 22 years old, world ranking 19th at the moment. World Cup ranking 5th this year. He's in 5th place after 7th place at IMPS this year, 7th place at Briançon this year, 10th at the European Championships in Chamonix this year. Just missed out there on a spot. And then the last time we saw him frequently before then was in 2011. Best result so far to date for him on a senior World Cup was in Xining in China in 2010. And we've got the Asia Tour just coming up, not far away now in October. We'll be there for 3 different World Cups over a period of 2 weeks. Around the middle of October, that's coming up. All that and more as we move towards the end of our lead season. We've got Valence coming up as well. Plenty more to watch on the IFSC's channel. Gauthier now moving up into the final roof section here, roughly 8 moves away from a top. Let's hope he can stay focused as he moves through this point. We're about to get started, I believe, with Yuka Kobayashi over on the female route now as well. And here is Yuka just starting off on women's route 1. After Yuka has climbed, we will have a clean. And Yuka is the halfway point on the women's athletes. So we're roughly halfway through the show right now. Just coming up to 1 o'clock. How's everyone doing? Get in touch with us. You can do so on Twitter. Gautier looking good here. He's just got to control his way through these next two and get that clip. Nicely done. Gautier looking on really good form so far this year. We would expect to see Gautier moving forward and challenging for a place in the final.
Een man die u misschien wel kent, Romain Desgrange, Fransman, is begonnen aan zijn eerste club.
Now moving out onto the men's route, our current European champion, Romain Desgrange. Fantastic performance just recently in Chamonix. Still looking strong as he moves through the rest of the year. He's now starting off on his first climb over on the men's route on the right-hand side of your screen. Yuka Kobayashi moving into the tricky roof section now. Roughly halfway through today's qualifications.
Aan de gele route Yuka Kobayashi uit Japan, nummer 13 van de wereld. From Japan, Yuka Kobayashi. Current ranking on the World Cup so far 17. Last year she became 12th on the overall ranking in the World Cup. En helemaal links met de rode trui en het nummer 100, Dimitri Vogt uit Zwitserland. Man from Switzerland, 16 years old, Dimitri Vogt. This is his very first competition for adults. 11th place at the World Youth Championships in Canada, 7th place at the European Youth Cup in Stavanger in Norway. And his current ranking so far in the European Youth Cup is 5. Yuka Kobayashi zagen we daar naar beneden komen.
Akito Matsushima now on the wall for Japan. .31 years old, Akito. World ranked 18th at the present moment in time, 10th in Kran at the end of last year, 12th at Inzai last year, and 11th at Mokpo. Came 10th at the World Championships in Paris as well, just missed out on a place in the finals there. In terms of his best results so far to date on the IFSC World Cup circuit, 6th at Brno in the Czech Republic in 2009, 7th at Zinning 2011, and also Faji in 2010. Came 5th at the Men's Bouldering Asia Championship in Chungcheon in 2009 as well. So this route should be okay for him towards the top if he can make it there. That nice bouldery section we were talking to Sean about a few moments ago. Women's route is currently being cleaned, so don't worry, you're not missing anything over there. We'll keep you updated when we get back onto that route in a few moments' time. Just over halfway now through our coverage of the qualifications.
Akito Matsushima is dat een Japanner, 31 jaar oud, op dit moment het nummer 18 van de wereld. En de Fransman helemaal links op de groene route, dat is Emmanuel Lopez. Kerel die er ook al bij was hier vorig jaar in Puurs. Op zijn wereldbekerwedstrijd in Briançon liep het niet zo lekker, daar werd hij pas 42e. Emmanuel Lopez uit Frankrijk.
Akito's team really getting behind him from down on the ground here. Shouts of Gamba up onto the wall. Moving on to a potential rest point here if he needs it.
Akito Matsushima, Japan.
He's taking that moment just briefly to take a rest there before starting to push forward again.
En daar komt hij weer naar beneden, de Japaner. Akito Matsushima. Even niemand op de club landen nu, behalve dan die vriendelijke man die daar de muur. Microfoon valt af en toe even weg. From France on the green track, Thomas Ballet, 24 years old, third place on the world ranking is 50. Place at the European Championships in Chamonix, for Thomas Ballet, the climber from France. 10th place at the World
So our female route is still currently being cleaned. We are about to get started over on the men's route with Jakob Schubert. Now it's just starting off his climb there. So Jakob Schubert, exceptionally well-known name on both bouldering and lead disciplines for our sport. Jakob currently world ranked number 2 on the lead circuit from Innsbruck, born and lives there at the moment, 22 years old. He's currently 3rd on the World Cup rankings for this year. Came 3rd at the Bouldering European Championships in Eindhoven, 2nd at Imst in the lead competition there this year. Then back onto bouldering for the World Cup in Toronto and in Kitzbühel, where he came 3rd in Toronto and took the gold medal in Kitzbühel on home turf in Austria. 2nd place at Chongqing as well. Fantastic list of results for both bouldering and lead.
En zij is dus absoluut in staat om de halve finale en zelfs de finale te klimmen. Dat is allemaal voor morgen. Ze heeft ook een jongere broer die klimt, weg naar terug. En die bevindt zich op dit moment in de wereldtop van het jongere circuit. Een naam die we misschien de komende jaren nog gaan horen bij de wat grotere jongens.
Should be seeing Jakob doing really well here. We would expect a top from him after seeing them earlier on in the day from Magnus Midtbo, also from Sean McCall and also from Mario Lechner, his teammate. As Sean was saying, they all do talk to each other on the bottom of the wall to say, oh, okay, this move was particularly difficult, or there's a rest there you can use, or make sure you're taking a toe hook off here when you're going for that next hold. So having a teammate in Mario that's already climbed and topped it, that have already spoken to him, and he also gets on very, very well with Magnus Midtbo and Sean, so that they've no doubt all had a chat about it. Jakob knows what he has to do here. It's just a matter of doing it now, taking his time, not rushing too much during this early section, not allowing himself to get too pumped before he hits the top of the wall. Of course, Jakob also had that bit of a disaster here last year where he technically won at Puurs, but was unfortunately disqualified for being found with an iPhone on him in the isolation, if you remember that incident. Not allowed phones in the isolation during the semis of the finals or any time, and even after doing exceptionally well in the finals was actually cut out from the competition due to that incident. I remember having a big long chat with Johnny last year, who's one of our other presenters on the IFSC channel. I can remember him having that conversation about what exactly has happened there and what he was doing. It all seemed innocent enough. I think Jakob was just texting a friend or not entirely doing anything sinister. The main reason that it's banned is because, of course, you can stream our webcast on your phones. He could be getting results of how other athletes have done. I don't think Jakob was. He's not that way inclined. He's a very honourable competitor. Johnny calls him the White Knight of climbing. So it's supposedly all innocent, but still, for actually having it on him was unfortunately cut out of the competition. So Jakob this year is going to be hungry after coming so close last year and having that issue. This year he's going to want to take home a gold, possibly even more than he normally does when he's at these comps.
Misschien wel de man om in de gaten te houden hier. Was dat hoog genoeg voor een halve finale? Dat weten we nog niet. Straks nog een tweede.
Jakob down, putting in a performance we'd expect from this young athlete for Austria. His Got another climb later on today, but a good start here for Jakob at the competition. Having a chat to Domen. You can see there just briefly for Slovenia, he'll be climbing next on this route. Domen we saw just recently at the Arco Rockmaster, doing very well, ending up in 3rd place. Jakob Schubert took 2nd. Ramone took 1st. Ramone has already climbed once today and already has 1 top under his belt. And he's still to come on this route here. We'll see him a little bit later on with 2 tops. Ramone will be going through right at the top of the pile, right where he wants to be. As I was saying to Sean earlier, he's hungry, or he looks hungry at the moment, Ramone. There you are. We have Justin Reed joining us on Twitter saying, watching the IFSC's climbing in Puurs. Watching the qualifications during lunch, which has just got a tad more interesting. And then Stephen Reed joining us as well, saying Jakob just checked the time on his iPhone last year and was disqualified. So there you are. It was completely innocent. The interview we had with him afterwards with Johnny last year, I remember being Jakob a little bit disappointed, a little bit frustrated. But it is in the rules, so unfortunately lost out on his medal there. We're here now with Soho Langben for Chile, starting her climb, and Domen Skovic on the men's route. Soho Langben, 21 years old, lives in Santiago. Best result so far today was 19th at the Female Youth B Lead World Youth Championships in Ibarra in 2007. She also competed at the World Championships in Paris this year in the bouldering category and came 21st. Here now at the lead category at Puurs 2013, trying to make her way through into the semi-finals. So Langburn now on the left-hand side of your screen. Domen, very young athlete, still competing at the World Youth Championships just recently in Canada. Came across, went to Arco just recently at the lead event there. Ended up taking home the bronze medal. Made finals in Atlanta last year as well. Still very young, still very much challenging the older, more experienced athletes. One of Slovenia's stars now on the wall, Domen Skovic, on the right-hand side of your screen.
En op de gele route uit Chili, Soho Langben, 21 jaar. 21 years old girl from Chile. Puurs is her first international competition this year. Auf der grünen Strecke Sebastian Halenke aus Deutschland. Auf Platz 25 in der Welt im Moment. Platz 14 auf der Weltpokal-rangliste soweit. De man met het opvallende kapsel links. Nummer 14 op de wereldbekerranglijst. En als hij die plaats wil houden, die toch absoluut de halve finale moeten halen hier. Soho Langben, the girl from Chile, back on the floor. Sophie has started his climb at the green track. Number 10 on the World Cup ranking so far. Belgische kampioenen in het boulderklimmen. Chloé Cornier helemaal rechts aan de klimband. Meisje met het zwarte t-shirt.
Jenny Levada here, known as the Lady Gecko to her friends, for Italy. Starting to move onto the female route, and just next to her for Korea then, it is Cho Sung-woon. Cho Sung-woon marks a halfway point on the men's athletes here today. He's only 17 years old, from Gwangju. World ranked 73rd, looking at his best previous results. First at the Male Youth A Lead Asian Youth Championship in Hamadan in 2012. Also 14th at the Men's Speed IFSC Climbing World Cup in Mokpo last year. Only 17 years old, Cho Sung-woon starting his climb on the men's route here. Next to him, Jenny Levada. Mixed spread of results over her long career in climbing. 29 years old. Came 10th at Briançon this year, 15th at the European Championship in Chamonix, 15th at the Women's Bouldering World Cup in Innsbruck this year. Looking at some of her highest results, 4th at the Rockmaster in Arco last year, 5th at the Women's Bouldering World Cup in Log Dragomir in 2011. Jenny Levada, predominantly a lead climber. She also climbs ice climbing as well. Stephen Reed saying Dominskov has just finished high school. How young can they be here? But they can start competing legally, I suppose, within the rules anyway for the IFSC at the age of 16 in the senior circuits, if they so wish. We have had a few 16-year-olds competing. A lot of these athletes have been competing on the youth cups as well. The World Youth Championships, the European Youth Championships, and the local cups also, and then they start moving on to the seniors. Domin started moving to the seniors last year. I know quite a few of the younger lads are still in school. Imagine they find their time as well away from their studies to be able to concentrate on training. Question as well pouring in saying, has Kim Yae-in climbed? No, she hasn't. Not yet. She's the last female athlete that we'll be seeing today. In fact, I've just seen her a few moments ago, wandering around with the earmuffs on. We'll be seeing her a little bit later on. It has warmed up a little bit here now, but it is still pretty cold in general. The athletes are struggling to keep warm in between their climbs, trying to stay active. So Jenny Levada on the left, Cho Sung-woon on the right.
Ze is nog jong, pas 20, maar doet het al heel behoorlijk in dat wereldbekercircus. Begon in 2011 en eindigde toen 65ste, 2012 53ste. Maar dit jaar ineens een fikse sprong, 16e plaats voorlopig. In de stand, ze werd 11e in dienst en 23ste in Briançon.
That was particularly well held there by Cho Sung-woon. Very shaky moment. Looked like he was going to fall, but manages to stick it. Can he get up to the rest point now? He's got a moment where he can take a break if he can make it there now, before moving on to the top part of the wall. He is there now. He's to get a foot up and wedge a knee bar in here. Should use this for as long as he can here. He's looking pretty pumped. And he just pushed forward a little bit too quick there. Should have rested a little bit longer. You can see the shake settling in to his limbs. We now move over onto our female route with Dinara Fakhridinova for Russia. European champion. Starting to really up her game over the past few events, start of this year. We would expect to see her in the finals. Definitely one to watch out for as we move through this competition. Dinara Fakhridinova of Russia.
Dinara Fakhridinova from Russia. One of the very best climbers in the world. 7th place on the world ranking, 4th place on the world club ranking. And we absolutely want to see her in the semi-finals tomorrow. Dinara Fakhridinova. Sustisic back on the floor.
And here is Manu Roman for France, 25 years old, lives in Briançon. Very keen paraglider. World ranked 9th. Current World Cup ranking for this year, though, 3rd. And that is due to his performance at the start of the year. 4th place at the European Championships in Chamonix, a 5th place at Briançon, and a 9th place at Imst for the lead season so far.
De Europese kampioenen zich naar een plaats in de halve finale mogen. De kans is groot dat we dat zo meteen gaan weten.
Now, not to jinx either of these athletes while they're climbing, but we should theoretically see tops from both of these athletes here on these routes. Dinara particularly, as this is supposed to be the easier of the two female routes. But also Manu, both athletes at the top of their fields. Very high seedings. Looking at Dinara's most recent results, the 20-year-old athlete now climbing. World ranked 6th. World Cup ranking so far is 4th. She came 5th at the Women's Bouldering World Cup in Munich this year. 8th at the lead in Imst. 4th at Briançon and 1st at Chamonix just recently. Results from last year, 2012, she took a bronze medal in Mokpo and qualified for finals at both Atlanta and Inzai, taking the 7th place position at both there. You can just see the latter half of the wall there from that zoomed out position on Dinara's screen. We're looking at about 10 moves from here for a top for her. Manuel on the lower volume on the wall here. He's got a rest coming up at the next volume. If he can make it there, not get too pumped as he's moving his way towards it. Shout out to Nat Berry. Nice to see you with us, Nat. Saying, watching the feed, stuck in the library, wishing I could be in Puurs. Good luck, everyone.
En natuurlijk ook met de Europese kampioenen die de top in zicht heeft, net niet.
Pete joins us, saying enjoying the IFSC World Cup. I think it's going to be close between Dinara and Kim. Well, Dinara's just missed out on a top there at this point, falling around the same point as Ellen Janiko, roughly 4 moves away from the top. But Dinara is definitely one of the contenders. Kim Yain has just been in a league of her own at the moment, though. And we also have Mina Markovic to watch out for as we move forward. Can Dinara start upping her game a little bit as we move through the semi-finals tomorrow morning? Remember, we'll be with you all day tomorrow. Semi-finals in the morning, finals at the evening towards tomorrow night. We'll be taking a short break, a couple of hours in between the semis and the finals, just so the route setters can come in and set, and just so we can surprise you when we come back. You don't get to see them setting the routes. We'll take a short break tomorrow during the day, come back for the finals on the evening, where we're sure to have packed crowds here and a great atmosphere. It always is. So I do hope you can come back and join us for that one as well. At the moment, still a couple of hours worth of coverage to come, though. Plenty of more Plenty more athletes still yet to come. Minoru Nakano for Japan now out on the men's route. Just starting off for Germany. Denise Puurc didn't have too good a run at our last lead event. Struggled a little bit. We'll wait to see how she gets on here. A 23-year-old athlete from Cologne. Also competed in the bouldering just recently. Came 35th at Munich, 27th at Imst. So just missed out on the spot in the semi-finals. We wish her well as she starts her climb here today. Over on the right-hand side, Minoru Nakano. For Japan, the 28-year-old athlete from Hiroshima. 14th at the World Cup in Imst this year. 11th at the Bouldering World Cup in Chongqing this year as well. 15th at Millau for the bouldering there, and 29th at Briançon. Starting to build up a rep sheet for himself. 21st on the World Cup ranking so far this year. Minoru Nakano.
Shirt op de groene route aan uw linkerkant. Die heeft geen internationale wedstrijden meer gewonnen sinds 2010 met zijn wederoptreden hier in Puurs. En de man aan de overkant is een Japaner, Minoru Nakano. 28 is hij. En op dit moment bekleedt hij de 21ste plaats op de wereldbekerranglijst. In Imst eerder dit jaar deed hij het heel behoorlijk, daar werd hij 14e. Ook al op een wereldbekerwedstrijd. De Japanse die net naar beneden komt, dat is Ryo Monaga, 16 jaar, een van de jongsters. En de girl with the green suit is Denise Puurc from Germany. Denise Puurc aus Deutschland. 23 Jahre alt, war auch dabei in Imst in Österreich.
Denise Puurc taking it very slow and steady at the moment, trying to pace herself. She's about to start approaching the really difficult part of the wall, or where it starts to become difficult at least. These next 3 or 4 moves are critical as she moves into the roof section. Is she going to be able to sustain this climb past the vertical section? We're about to get started with our next male athlete as well. And he's taking a moment to rest here.
Europees kampioenschap in het elite-klimmen. Het tiende in het speedklimmen van Anibot, 25 IC. Aan de overkant op de gele route, Hanarai Song uit Korea.
Song Hanarai on the left-hand side now. For Korea, 21-year-old athlete, world ranked 79th, which has been as high as 37th before on the World Cup rankings for 2011. And that was only due to 2 events, where she came 17th at both. That was at Changzhou and Xining in China, 2011. Gave her that overall ranking. Highest placements so far then, 7th at the Women's Bouldering Asian Continental Championship in Tehran in this year, 2013. And also a 6th place at the Asia Championships in Chuncheon in 2009. She's on the left-hand side of the screen at the moment. Song Hanarai. Juan Libot for Belgium on the right-hand side, climbing on the men's route right now. Like to move along the oblong. This is the tricky section as well here for the men. You can see he's feeling it now. 25 years old from Ranst. Best result so far to date, a 17th place at the European Youth Cup in Gdansk in 2006, and also a 15th place at the Speed in Gdansk in 2006 as well. Is he going to have enough in him to get past this next section of the wall, this sequence here, moving up to the pocket up on the right hand side in a moment? He's going to want to keep that second foot on, and he's taken it off. That right foot there, you can see he took that foot off to try and reach up for the pocket, and it means he's relying completely on that undercling with the arm. His arms were looking a bit pumped there, and it's costed him, it's brought him down again. So unfortunately, Kawane, no top there for him. And next athlete out for the men's will be Marcello Bombardi of Italy. For the female groupings, it will be Anna Sophie Koller of Switzerland, about to start their climbs here.
Zijn beste seizoen ooit beleefd met een voorlopige 38e plaats. Vorig jaar moest hij nog tevreden zijn met plaats 72. Maar goed, het hangt er allemaal maar vanaf hoeveel wedstrijden je meeklimt.
Anna Sophie Koller just getting warmed up at the bottom of the wall. We'll cut to here in a few moments' time. Marcello Bombardi just starting off for Italy now on the men's route though. And here he is making the start to his climb. Bombardi, 20 years old, world ranked 32nd. Previous results very well received on the European Youth Cups. Second place at Kran 2012, second place at Zemozak 2012, third at Imst 2012, second at Linz. These are all the European Youth Cups and Youth Championships. Of his top 12 results on the European Youth Series, Youth Cups and Youth Championships, there is not one of them that's below 6th. Most are podium positions. Worth watching Marcello Bombardi now as he starts to make his climb on this senior IFSC World Cup here in Puurs.
Marcello Bombardi, dat is de kerel op de zwarte route, 20 jaar oud is hij. Momenteel bekleedt hij de 31ste plaats op de wereldranglijst. uitstekend deed op het EK voor jongeren vorig jaar in Genozak, Frankrijk, waar hij het zilver pakte. En nu is het natuurlijk zaak om te gaan bevestigen bij de grote jongens, Marcello Bombardi.
Marcelo taking his time here, slow and steady as he moves it towards the oblong. You can see he's really taking his time here. He's trying not to get too pumped at all. He doesn't look too bad at the moment. And just keep that under control as he starts to move through the next 4 or 5 moves. He's got himself a nice rest a little bit further ahead, and that should give him the energy he needs to push for a top. Still looking controlled at the moment. Let's see what he does here with his feet though, moving up onto the next move.
On the left side of the wall, Anne-Sophie Kolla, the girl from Switzerland, 16 years old. Bringing a decent job at the European Youth Championships in Puurs earlier this year with a 10th place. And she took the 10th place as well at the World Youth Championships in Canada earlier this year. Anne-Sophie Koller from Switzerland.
Nice movement there from Marcelo through that tricky sequence. Only particularly tricky because of where it is on the wall. After that endurance-based start. Now he's starting to get a little bit more pumped here now. Yep. Unfortunately, Marcelo coming down. He was looking good up until about 2 moves before the end there and just got a little bit pumped after that tricky sequence. So we go over to Anne-Sophie Koller, who's about to hit the tricky sequence on this wall as well. Trying to figure out what she's doing here to get this clip. And again, we're losing another female athlete at around about the same point. Bit too long, stressing over what to do with the clip there, and it's cost her the climb. See Moka Oda there, sitting with the coat on, trying to keep warm. In the background, she'll be coming out in a little while. Now here's Clement Betschen at the bottom of the wall for the men's. Got 2 straps on his neck there. Let's hope that's just for support and not to do with the strain injury. As Clement starts off here now then. See Clement more often than not on the bouldering circuit, but he does also climb lead. 31 years old, one of the older athletes that we have frequently at the World Cups. He was 12th on the overall World Cup ranking in 2011. He's currently world ranked 23rd. Came 11th at the Bouldering European Championship in Eindhoven. 10th at the Bouldering World Cup in Kitzbühel this year. 10th at the Rockmaster last year. Highest results so far have been in the bouldering during 2011. Took 2 silver medals, one in Vienna and one in Canmore that year. But has also had a gold way back in 2008 in Kran on home turf in Slovenia. His last podium position, 2011 in Canmore, where he took the silver medal. He's come close a couple of times since then. In the same year, actually, 4th at Munich in 2011 and 4th at Amman.
His best season so far was 2011 when he became 12th in the World Cup ranking.
Momoka Oda for Japan. Young athlete currently in 4th place on the overall world rankings. Fantastic start to her senior level career. Momoka definitely a force now in lead climbing, one to keep an eye on as we go through this competition. We would expect her to be in finals. She's from Yamaguchi, 19 years old, born in 1994, just to put that in perspective for you. Second at IMSH this year, she took the silver medal there. 5th at Toronto and Innsbruck in the bouldering season. 2nd place at Chongqing in the bouldering there as well. So 2 silver medals already this year. 1 in bouldering, 1 in lead. Gold medal at IMSH last year, 2012. Bronze medal at Chamonix last year as well.
She took the silver medal at the World Cup stage in East. And Momoka Oda is the junior world champion of 2012. Definitely one of the best climbers here in Puurs.
Clement taking full advantage of that knee bar there and a bit of a rest. Momoka about to hit the tricky section. One of the cruxes on the wall on the women's route here. The next 3 moves critical for her. Clement has about 4 moves before he gets to top here. If he can stay calm and controlled as he moves through this pinch and onto the next couple. Switching his knee bar there. You see now he wedged himself in with that right leg. He kept the knee bar on and then reached up with the knee bar still in it, just a little bit too far to reach, got into a bit of a tricky situation, and that pinch he had with the left hand just wasn't enough to support him as he jarred his knee bar out, and that's what's brought him down there at that point, unfortunately. Seen a couple of athletes falling around that point, but it should be enough to see him through to the semis. Momoka Oda here, now moving into the roof. Next athlete out for Belgium then, Jurgen Lies. (31st) athlete out today, 20 more still yet to come in the men's for Belgium then. Jurgen Lies, 23 years old from Tempset. 14th as his highest result in the male juniors lead IFSC European Youth Series in Edinburgh. That was way back in 2009. We saw him here last year at the World Cup in Puurs. 2012 he came 33rd. We saw him in Puurs in 2010 as well, where he came 25th. Other than that, those are the only 2 events that we've seen Jurgen Lies at since 2009. So Puurs seems to be a particular favourite for him.
Also bij op de World Games in Cali deze Jean-Paul, bij de 5e wet. De World Games, weet je, de Olympische Spelen voor niet-Olympische sporten.
Mocha actually starting to look a little bit pumped herself here, which is unusual for her. She's got to control these next few. Past the really, really tricky section. She's only about 3 moves away from the top. Can she hold it? Bit of a shake going on.
Congratulations, Sean. Great job.
Got that pinch on the arret of the volume there, using the thumb to latch onto the volume. And that'll give her a plus, but not quite a top there from Momoka. Still a fantastic effort. She's now back down on the ground. Sean McCall has just topped his second route, which means he's going to be going through into the semi-finals in a very high position. Exactly what he wants. Jugan still pushing away here as well.
Het nummer 2 van de wereld op dit moment. Ze won de wereldbeker al 3 keer. 2011, 2012 en 2013. En zij is dus absoluut een van de klimmers die we in de gaten moeten houden. Jurgen Lies die staat weer met zijn 2 voeten op de grond intussen.
Lucas Cobb now out for Austria. Has the potential to make semi-finals. Starts his climb here, 21 years old from Dornbirn. World ranked 36th. Made semi-finals in Atlanta last year. During 2011 was quite affluent on the IFSC scene, also through 2010 as well. Highest ranked results so far. You're looking at male juniors and the male youth categories here. 5th at the male youth B lead European Youth Series in Imst in 2007. Also 5th at Warsaw 2007. Those are his highest results so far to date. Lucas, though, has the potential to make the semis if he has a good climb here and stay consistent. Our next female athlete is about to start climbing as well now. We'll take you over to her in a few moments' time. Ozawa Sakiko for Japan. Years old from Kanagawa. World ranked 71st, 25th at Inzai 2012, 32nd in Imst this year. Both lead competitions, a 26th place at the Female Juniors Lead IFSC World Youth Championship in Edinburgh in 2010. Those are our only 3 previous results with the IFSC. Ozawa Sakiko. Average with her results just sitting at the very, very bottom of the semi-finalists. And let's hope that she can definitely push through to the semis for tomorrow morning. Kiko really taking her time here. This pinch section, Lucas now moving into this accurate next move. Now you see there he's kept that right foot on. And that's given him that bit extra support as he pushes forward onto the next move. Keeping that right foot on, a mistake that we've seen some of our athletes making. It's given him enough to move on to the next section of the wall by keeping the right foot on the oblong when you push up for the pocket with the right hand. Unfortunately, it's 2 moves after that. It's going to cost him it though. So we wait for our next 2 athletes to be ready. Get in touch with us. You can do so on Twitter using the hashtag IFSCWC. We're going to be with you all the way through the semi-finals and the finals tomorrow as well. And we've got plenty more coming up on the IFSC's channel for you to join us with and watch. I'll be giving you an update on what that is a little bit later on.
Een uitstekende wereldbeker dit seizoen. 10e plaats staat ze op de ranglijst en dat is haar beste resultaat ooit. Goed, we hebben nog maar 2 marches gehad natuurlijk, maar het geeft toch al een beetje de richting aan waar het met de Mathilde naartoe gaat dit jaar. In 2011 werd ze nog 15e, vorig jaar 18e en nu dus die hele mooie voorlopige 10e plaats. Heeft ze onder meer te danken aan
2 new athletes for us to keep our eyes on as we move through the latter half of the qualifications here today. Then Salome Ramon, Manuel Ramon's younger sister, exceptionally strong youth athlete. Another one of the ones moving on to the senior circuit then. We saw her at Singapore World Youth Championships, taking the bronze medal home for France 2012. She came second at the European Youth Cup in Edinburgh 2012 as well. Of her top 12 best results, not one of them is below 9th. She also competed at the European Youth Championship in Imst. This year, she unfortunately came 9th, so just missed out. It is her lowest of her top 12 best results. Just missed out on a place in the finals. Just next to her then Franz Krakenberger for Switzerland. Unusual for him to not be climbing in his rainbow pants that he usually wears. Usually spot Franz a mile off, but he's here today with these blue shorts. The blue short number. Franz is 20 years old. Came 3rd at the European Youth Cup in Cran at the end of last year. Took a silver medal at Voiron last year. Bronze medal as well in Cran in 2011. Silver medal at Edinburgh in 2011. Lowest registered result of his top 12 best results is 11th at Puurs in France in 2011. He's not got one of his top 12 best results lower than 11th. Most of them are around 5, 6. France could definitely be a contender for the semis here.
En dan zit je natuurlijk bij een bron als je weet dat er in Briançon ook een heel goede wordt georganiseerd.
Some people getting involved on the chat saying that tomorrow they're heading down to Puurs to see the final. Very nice. Come and say hello. Anyone that is in the general vicinity and thinks they might be able to make it down to Puurs, be able to get in here for free and watch some of the world's best climbers doing what they do best, competing for a place on the podium. If you can get down here, I would recommend to do that. The atmosphere throughout a final is always electric. And while you can watch it, of course, all online, it's always great to be able to get down to the venue yourself as well. Unfortunately, a fall there for Franz. Not too many moves away from the top, though. A good score for him there. Well, Mario Lechner just fell out quite a bit earlier than he intended to on his second climb as well. I don't know whether you saw him just go streaming past your screen, but rained out a string of expletives, took off a shoe and lobbed it over a roof. As you do, you got to just let out some anger and aggression every now and then. Just take off one of your climbing shoes and throw it over a roof. There might be a chance that he could actually get into a little bit of trouble for that one. I know that Alex Puccio has been collared before for throwing a chalk bag around during the bouldering. That was nowhere near as dangerous as what I've just seen Mario Lechner do coming down. Chun Jong-woon now for Korea. Coming out to climb here. After this climb, we'll be having a clean before we move into the final section of athletes, our last third. So we'll take you over to the women's wall after this climb from Chung Jong-woon. "17-year-old athlete from Seoul. He's been climbing for 12 years, since 2001. Results as we have them from IFSC and Asia Youth Championship results. Male Youth A lead at the IFSC World Youth Championship in Central Saanich. So this year in Canada, we were there. He came 9th. Just missed out on a place in the final. 4th at the Male Youth A lead Asia Youth Championships in Hamadan last year. And 12th also in the speed category at the Asia Youth Championships in 2012. Chun Jong-woon around about third of the way up on the wall now, and next to him on the other side for Korea, Sa Sol. I told you at the start of today, this is one that we should be watching out for as we move through the competition. She could be one to at least very easily make semis, if not higher. 19 years old, from Chungbuk province. World ranked 73rd, but on the World Cup ranking she's 41st. Gold medals at the Asia Youth Championships in Hamadan last year. 4th at the World Youth Championships in Singapore 2012. 13th at the World Cup in Chongqing this year for the bouldering. 21st at Kitzbühel for the bouldering. That's the senior category this year. 4th also at the World Youth Championships in Canada just recently. Satsol
The best result so far in the World Cup.
trying to earn her place in the semi-finals. 26 men, 26 women tomorrow morning, fighting out for just 8 places in the final. 8 men, 8 women in the finals tomorrow night.
She became 4th of the World Youth Championships in Canada earlier. So South for Korea. And on your right side, the girl blue track is Tina Jonsson Havsas, 19-year-old climber from Norway. She started climbing at the age of 6. She likes to climb on rocks as well. Favorite spot is Puurs in France. She did pretty well in East earlier this year with a 14th place.
Sassol, unfortunately, with a bit of an early fall there for her. One of the crux sections on that wall, we've seen it cost a few of our athletes. Jenny Nevada around there as well. And it's happened again here with Sassol. Back down on the ground now, having a chat to Kim Jae-in. I believe we're just about to get started with our next male athlete as well, our 35th competitor here, which is Marco Antonio Uzangarita for Spain. Should be getting started very shortly now. Still quite a few left to come on the men's. Next up for the women will be Katharina Posch of Austria. Our 30th athlete out of 38, so only 8 to come after her.
36, and she's one of the better climbers here at Puurs. Third place on the world ranking is 8, and that is also her position on the World Cup ranking. She finished on the 9th place last year, 2012. Yevgenia Amavi did a great job at IFSC in 2012.
So we take you over onto Katharina Puurs now, who's just starting her climb here. Another one to keep my eye on if you're watching at home. 19 years old from Imst. Second at the Female Juniors Lead IFSC World Youth Championship in Canada just recently. Second also at the European Youth Championship in Imst. So runner-up at both the World and the European Youth Championships this year. 7th at Briançon in the senior category this year. 9th at Chamonix, so just missed out on the finals for the European Championships. First at the Female Youth A Lead European Youth Series in Cran 2010, and also first at the European Youth Series in Imst 2010. But we're seeing Katharina put in a frequent performance that's of a final level. She is making it through frequently into finals.
Katharina Puurs, die beklimt op dit moment nu op de gele route. 19 is ze komt uit Oostenrijk. Ook zij is een vaste waarde in de top 10 van de wereld. Met dit jaar een 7e plaats voorlopig na 2 wereldbekermanches. Vorig jaar werd ze 10e in de wereldbeker. Het jaar daarvoor in 2011 zowaar 5e.
Katharina Puurs, world ranked 10th, currently 7th on the World Cup rankings. Getting closer now to this tricky point on the wall. Starting to get close to kicking off again with the male athletes. Katharina still with the strapped wrist as well. On the right hand here, she's been doing that quite a lot recently. Bit of extra support for when she climbs. Having that long chat with Sean earlier today about the endurance level of these athletes and how it takes it out of you. You can sometimes get overtired, overexhausted from moving from one cup to the next. Especially when it isn't always just the IFSC circuit that these athletes attend. They also attend other events. Katharina has been very busy recently. Evgenia Malinaev with another fall just before the top here. It should be enough to see her through, though. I'll imagine that it would be. She's approximately 3 moves away from the top. Just you just saw her shoot past the screen. We saw her earlier climbing this route that Katharina's now climbing. Came down a little bit earlier than she expected and wasn't too happy about it. She doesn't look happy about that either, but it's a pretty good attempt there. Only a couple of moves away from the top. It should be enough to see her through to the semis. Of course, as I said at the very beginning of today, everything counts, because if we go to count back, you're going to want to be beating these athletes at this early stage for as many of them as you can, just in case you do have an equal climb in the semis or the finals and we have to go to count back and look at the overall standard of your competing throughout the entire competition. Incredible flexibility there from Katarina. Just moved a little bit too quick, lost out a little bit there. Not entirely sure what happened then. Not sure whether the foot came off first or whether the hand did. Not a bad effort there from Katarina.
Zometeen een Française op de blauwe route. We gaan kijken naar Hélène Janico, nummer 4 van de wereld op dit moment. Staat voorlopig virtueel in de medailles in de stand om de wereldbeker, waar ze de derde plaats bekleedt. Heel voorlopig natuurlijk na 2 manches. Maar Hélène, mocht je eraan twijfelen, zonder meer een kandidaat om de finale te klimmen morgen. Daarvoor moet ze eerst de halve finale.
Stephen Reed asking us whether there are climbs going on which we can't see on the stream. There are climbs going on that you can't see on the screen. The stream rather, because there are 4 routes here today. Every athlete climbs twice, and we are covering 2 of them today. As you can see from this wide shot here, there's the blue route there over on the right hand side, and then you can see where the route set is cleaning the male route there, the black one. That's Hélène Janico over on the wall there. We are covering female group 1, route 1, sorry, and male route 2 for you today. So we see every athlete climb once, but we don't have to go to quad screen. We can keep it with this nice big shot for you, show every athlete's climb. And that of course won't matter tomorrow when we move into the semi-finals, and it won't matter when we move into the finals either. That'll all be sorted by then. Not that we couldn't sort it now, it's the idea that it's just more preferable to be able to see a close-up shot of what's going on, as opposed to going to the quad screen all the time. Be a bit of a nightmare with lead climbing. Catherine Chung here then for Switzerland. 21 years old from Golvelia. World ranked 23rd. She came 3rd at the Female Juniors Lead European Youth Cup in Cran in 2011. 2nd Female Juniors European Youth Cup in Pau in 2011. And also 2nd at the Female Juniors Lead European Youth Cup in Imst in 2011. Oh, and also 2nd at the Female Juniors Lead European Youth Cup in Edinburgh in 2011. So not to get too repetitive there for you, but she's got quite the list of achievements when you go back towards Female Juniors Lead European Youth Cups. In fact, all the way down to 2009, where she was winning gold medals in the Youth A category at the World Youth Championships in Valence in 2009. So we're looking at a previous World Youth Champion, Catherine Chung, making a climb here on the wall that we're covering. It's looking like the route sitters are getting towards the time where we're going to be ready to start moving on with the male athletes. This is the last climb for them today.
zichzelf. Maar wellicht zien we haar morgen wel terug in de halve finale. Dus niets aan de hand voor Hélène Janico.
Very slow start here for Catherine, but she's doing the right thing, keeping it as controlled as she possibly can. These next 8 moves roughly now. Here's the crux on the wall. This is the point that's costing our athletes. Is she going to be able to power through it and earn herself a place in the semis?
Hanke, 19 is hij.
Well, Marco Zangarita will be getting ready in just a couple of seconds now. He's standing up by the looks of things. We're about to get started again with the men's route. Over on the women's now, we're about to welcome Akio Noguchi onto the wall. Now that Catherine Chong is down.
Op de muur van meisje uit Nederland, Tabitha Buma. Vorig jaar nog werd ze de winnares van de Dutch Youth Boulder Championships. Dat deed ze ook al eens in 2009 en 2010 de wedstrijd winnen.
Remember as well then, guys, we have plenty more coming up for you on the IFSC circuit after we finish here in Puurs. Next week it's Perm in Russia. We'll be there for a lead and speed event on the 29th. sorry, the 27th to the 29th of this month. Then next month we go over to the Asia Tour. We go to Mokpo, the 11th and 12th of October. We then have Haiyang in China on the 15th and 16th. And Wujiang on the 19th and 20th, before moving over to Valence on the 1st and 2nd of November as well. There's also Cran still yet to come, 16th and 17th of November. Plenty more on the IFSC circuit. For now, we go over to Akio Noguchi, who's climbing on the female route. 24-year-old athlete from Ibaragi, world ranked 12th, World Cup ranking so far this year in 10th. Looking at her results for the bouldering, all of her top results are all on the bouldering. First place positions, gold medals at Munich, Vienna, Chongqing in 2012, at Barcelona and Eindhoven 2011. She is world ranked 2nd on the bouldering circuit. This year then for the bouldering, 2nd place at Vail, Toronto, 3rd place at Innsbruck, 4th at Logdragomir, 2nd at Kitzbühel, 3rd at Miol, 4th at Chongqing. So has been at every single bouldering one so far this year. She took the overall World Cup ranking of 2nd place this year. The overall World Cup position, 2nd place, so silver medal for her performance this year on the bouldering circuit. And here she is now moving on to the lead, which you see more and more with a lot of these athletes just moving straight on to the next one. But with Marco Uzangarita then of Spain on the male route now. Some of the older athletes, 30 years old from Manilu. World ranked 31st on the World Cup so far this year. He's 25th. Looking at previous results, some of the best ones then. 11th at the men's bouldering IFSC Climbing World Cup in Sheffield 2010. And unfortunately an early fall here for Marco, which means he's going to be relying on his other climb, and in the hope the other climb is enough to see him through into the semi-finals. So we're here now with Akio Noguchi waiting for our next male athlete, which will be Jura Strezan of Slovenia.
On your right hand side, with a purple jersey from Austria, Barbara Bakker. Winner of the world title in the junior category in 2000. Ze staat op de 14e plaats op de wereldranglijst. Barbara Bakker uit Oostenrijk met het Fuchsia-shirt. Op de wereldbekerranglijst 13e, één plaatsje beter. Beste seizoen was 2011 toen ze 12e werd. En ik wenste die absoluut de halve finale moeten halen en kunnen halen hier in Puurs. Barbara Bakker. blauwe shirt is Jure Rastresan Slovenië van 20.
Volgend jaar alles in 3 minuten of zo.
Die zich vooral zijn prachtige bronzen medaille zal herinneren die hij behaalde op de wereldkampioenschappen voor jongeren in Singapore vorig jaar.
Of alleen maar speedklimmen.
Hij draait al even mee in het volwassenencircuit. Deed het behoorlijk in 2011 toen hij 22e werd in de wereldbeker.
Canada heeft ook precies nieuwe kleren.
Really?
Canada heeft nieuwe kleren.
I don't know. Ze zijn allemaal nieuwe kleren.
From Switzerland on your left hand side, the man on the green track, Kevin Hoeser, 18 years old.
België ook niet zeker.
This is his very first competition in the adults category.
Maar ik bedoel qua uniform, hè?
Ja.
Van internationale wedstrijden en van ook de wereldbeker. Nederland heeft er wel meer. Van de vorige wedstrijd.
Hannah Beer here now then for Germany. Next athlete out to try this one to try and move forward into the semi-finals. Hannah Beer we've seen quite a lot of recently, being over at the World Youth Championship in Central Saanich. She's only 17 years old from Oldrans. She came fourth at the World Youth Championship in Canada just recently. Before that she was in Edinburgh this year for the European Youth Cup Female Youth A lead category. She came sixth there. Highest result so far to date is a gold medal at the European Youth Series in Vienna in 2010. She also took a silver medal in 2012 in Linz in Austria and a bronze medal in Imst in Austria. So it seems to be that Austria is her favoured place of competing here. Also had a silver medal in Imst in 2011 as well. These are all European Youth Cups. Only 17 years old. But Bear is definitely one to keep your eye on as we move through this competition. I know her dad's probably watching at the moment as well. Give a shout out to any of you guys that might be joining us back home watching these climbers as they move through online. Our next athlete out then is Min Hyun-bin for Korea. Athlete who had his first gold medal just recently. At Mokpo 2012. He's world ranked 7th. World Cup ranked 30 this year, sorry, World Cup ranked for 2013 is 7th as well. So he's matching his world ranking at the moment. He came 4th at the Lead World Cup in Imps just recently. He's a frequent finalist, Min. 6th at Inzai last year, 8th at Kran, 6th at Zinning last year, 8th at the Climbing World Championship in Paris last year as well. Also 8th at Briançon. Just missed out on one final last year. That was in Chamonix 2012. But he is also Asian Continental Champion in 2010. and has taken gold medals in lead before, so keep your eyes peeled for Min Hyun-bin as well as he moves through this competition here. Hannah matching on this hold here, out with the left now. Give her a bit of a better purchase, going up with the right as she strikes up there. Moving towards this tricky pocket now as well that Jan, one of our route setters, was talking about earlier today when he's saying it looks like it's a better hold than it actually is. You can see it looks like it's from the ground anyway, like it's quite juggy. And there you can see Hannah, unfortunately, maybe she thought the same, I don't know, but getting a hand in there, and it was just a little bit more slopey than she expected, perhaps. Well, let's just hope that Hannah has enough on her other climb to see her through into the semi-finals. Min Hyun-bin still going here. Now on the women's route, we move over to Anak Verhoeven. Our last hope in the women's for Belgium. We'll be taking you over there in a few moments' time. You can see Min getting that knee bar in.
Helemaal links met het lichtblauwe shirt.
Min just switching legs there, coming out of the knee bar. He's had a nice rest there, so let's hope that he's got the energy now to push him towards the top. Couple of moves away now. This is looking good. There it is. Very nice, Min Hyun-bin. Good finish there. We will expect to see him in the finals a little bit later on tomorrow. Next up for the men's then will be Kim Ja-bi. His teammate, you can see him just standing up there as well. Kim Ya-in's brother, Kim Ja-bi. And now he's just seen Min Hyun-bin get to the top. They're going to have a brief conversation before he gets started. Over onto the women's then now. We get started with Anak Verhoeven. This is very traditional for Anak to take a moment to take a brief prayer before she starts climbing. Very religious, Anak. Just missed out on the gold medal at the World Youth Championships in Canada just recently. In fact, for a moment there, she was actually told that she had won. She lost out, unfortunately, just to Jessica Pills. Jessica has been dominating recently, even on some of the senior events, pushing forward into finals at the young age of 16, Jessica Puurs. But Jessica and Anak put in the exact same performance over in Canada. Both athletes reached the same point on the wall in the final. Unfortunately, Anak lost out due to countback to an earlier round, and it's not the first time that Anak has lost out on a gold medal due to countback before either. I believe that was the third time that due to countback she's lost out. So let's hope that she can put in the best possible performance here at this early stage to try and cancel out that chance before she moves forward into the semi-finals. We'd hope to see her in the semi-finals as well. Anak Verhoeven starting her climb now then. Kim Yabi, 26 years old. World rank 22nd. World Cup ranking for this year so far is 30th. 21st place at the Lead World Cup in Briançon this year. Silver medal at the men's bouldering Asian Continental Championship in Tehran this year as well. Third place overall at the Asian Continental Championship in Tehran.
De man in het geel, dat is een Koreaan, Jabi Kim. 26 is hij. Niet echt een wereldtopper. 22 is op de wereldlijst op dit moment. Maar wie weet zit hij in de halve finale. Alex Verhoeven is weer beneden.
Yabi moving up along the oblong now. Next couple of moves, cries of support from down on the ground here. Nice and quick through this point now. Starting to get a little bit pumped. He's got to get himself over to that rest point as quickly as he can. A little bit shaky here at the moment. A bit awkward around that rope as well.
On the World Cup ranking in 2012 he became 60th and in 2011 93rd. He did pretty well at the World Cup in East, 21st place there. And that is Jabi Kim, the Korean.
Kim Yabi back down then again. Unfortunately, just a little bit short, a little bit shy of a top there on that one. Over on the female route now for Germany, being joined by Mona Kellner, 16 years old from Moosburg. Came 8th at the Female Youth A Lead World Youth Championship in Saanich just recently, so made finals. But she also took a bronze medal at Singapore at the World Youth Championship the year before that, last year, 2012. Took a bronze medal in the Female Youth B Lead category. Still only 16, remember, and here she is competing at the senior level World Cups. Current World Cup ranking is 40th. Wish her all the best as she starts her climb here. Mona Kellner for Germany. Next up for male athletes, move on to Francesco Vettorata of Italy. Another one to watch as we move through this comp. We've got a couple more big names coming up for you. Ramone still yet to climb this route. Sachiyama as well. Also Stefano Ghisolfi yet to come.
Een van de jongsters uit het Duitse team. Een meisje waar we nog wel wat van mogen verwachten de komende jaren. 8e plaats op het wereldkampioenschap voor jongeren in Canada. 29e plaats op de wereldbeker in Imst. En de Italiaan die zich een weg naar de top aan het banen is, dat is Francesco Vettorata uit Italië, 21. Daar was hij er ook bij, 2012. 16e werd hij toen hier in Puurs. En eerder dit jaar al prima gewerkt in de wereldbeker met een 12e plaats in Briançon, een 20e plaats in Imst. En daarmee staat hij voorlopig 16e in de stand op de wereldbeker. Als hij dat aanhoudt, klimt hij morgen de halve finale hier in Puurs. Misschien nog indrukwekkender was een 13e plaats op het EK in Chamonix eerder dit jaar. Meisje met de rode broek, dat is Rebecca Stotz uit Zwitserland. stip 8e plaats op de Bouldermarché in Slovenië. Maar haar beste resultaat in het leadklimmen, dat was een 10e plek op de wereldbeker in Puurs. Een topper, letterlijk en figuurlijk. Een man uit Italië mag zich een halve finalist noemen. Francesco Vettorata.
Rebecca Stotz here for Switzerland now. Moving towards the end of the female qualifying round. Just 2 more to come after Rebecca finishes her climb. She's 21 years old from Erdorf. World ranked 21st. World Cup ranking so far this year is 15th. That was after a 10th place at Imst just recently, so just missing out on the final there. Also just missing a final at the Women's Bouldering World Cup in Log Dragomir this year as well. Highest ranked place so far to date was 3rd place at the Female Juniors Lead European Youth Cup in Pau in France in 2011. She took a bronze medal there. You can see Sachiyama just in front of me getting ready to climb. Not long now until he's ready to go. Orvechler now up on the wall for us as well, and the men's.
Vorig jaar werd hij op 13e op het wereldkampioenschap in Singapore. Ruben Villenburg uit Duitsland.
Orvechler, 21 years old. Saw him at Imst just recently. He came 35th there, 31st at Briançon this year in the lead as well. 29th at the European Championship in Chamonix. Highest result so far to date is 11th place at the Male Juniors Lead European Youth Series in Cram 2009. Sachi just warming up. Few to go yet before Sachi's ready to climb though. We've got Ramone yet to come before Sachi climbs as well. 11 more male athletes to come after Orvechler.
The man with the blue shirt on the left-hand side is Yevgeny Zazorin. Yevgeny is the winner of the European Youth Cup in 2006, 7 years ago. Achtste plaats behaalde hij op de wereldbeker liedklimmen in Arco in 2011. Maar tegenwoordig wat teruggezakt op de wereldranglijst. Momenteel staat hij op plaats 35. Maar goed, die stand die is ook alleen maar iets waard als je natuurlijk alles...
All moving on to the oblong here. Slipping in. Can he make this next sequence up into the latter half of the roof for the men's? Rebecca Stotz here as well, just 2 moves away from the top if she can control these next few moves. A heel hook here then holding her on. Gotta go for it, just falling a bit short, unfortunately falling as well. Fantastic effort there though from Rebecca Stotz. She looks all smiles. Orveshla for Israel. Still keeping that foot on with the right. Got to keep that foot on as he pushes for the next move. Just twisted a little bit awkwardly then as he went up for it. Trying to switch into a bit of a drop knee. And unfortunately, Orr is down as well then now. Our next athlete out will be Thomas Ravanel for Chile. And over on the female wall, we'll be joined by Claudia Ghisolfi for Italy. So roughly 11 more male athletes still yet to come. 2 more to climb on the female route before we're finished with our female qualifications. We'll then be able to have a rough little look at who will be making it through into the semi-finals tomorrow morning for the women's. Remember, all results are provisional for the first couple of minutes after they are posted and the last person has climbed, so that the judges can assess any appeals. IFSC officials can then confirm the results and put them up. They'll be on their website as soon as they can possibly get them sorted for you, so keep your eye out for them. We get ready towards that time now. We'll be looking at those top 26 for the women. Thomas Ravanel for Chile then starts us off again over on the men's wall now. 28 years old, from Santiago. He's been climbing since 2006, so for 7 years. He's also a BMX biker. Highest ranked result was 11th place at the Rockmaster in Arco 2012. Last year, that was lead and bouldering he competed in there. The most recent result to date was 31st at the men's bouldering climbing World Cup in Munich this year. The last bouldering World Cup of the year, unfortunately. Over now on the female route, just starting off, Claudia Ghisolfi for Italy. Just starting her climb, our penultimate female athlete before we welcome Kim Yain onto the route to finish things off for us here, hopefully with another top. We started with one from Magdalena Roak. Hopefully we can finish with one as well from Kim Yain. Thomas Ravanel still pushing his way up men's route 2. Claudia Ghisolfi, 20 years old, from Torino. World ranked 11th. World Cup ranking so far this year, 10th, after a 6th place at Briançon. You know what I've gone and done there, don't you? I've started commentating about her brother. Both her and her brother are the second to last athlete out. I'll correct myself. She's 17 years old, from Torino. Just moving on to the IFSC senior circuit. Do apologise about that. Her 10th place at the World Youth Championships in Canada just recently. 8th place at the European Youth Championships in Imch this year. Some of her highest results are 4th place then at the European Youth Cup in the Youth B Boulder category in Munich in 2011. I was talking about Stefano. Stefano Ghisolfi is another one to watch out for, and he's coming up later on as well. For now, here's Claudia, giving you your Ghisolfi fix for a while. Thomas Ravanel at that tricky section on the wall for this one then. Is he going to be able to make this move? Can he hold it? This is the interesting one here. Incredible amount of strength used there to hold that move. Is he going to be able to move on from here, though, now that he's going to be definitely pumped after that move? And he's still 4 or 5 away from a potential rest spot, a decent rest spot anyway. Still clinging at this point, still trying. Still trying, unbelievable, the strength he was using up there trying to hold on. At least he's smiling about it now as well on the way down, but he just couldn't quite get across onto that next one. He's shaking his head and smiling at the bottom of the wall here. Great effort there. Fantastic to see him pouring his heart into it. Claudia Gasolfi moving up into the roof now. We get ready to welcome our next male athlete out into the fray, which will be Teun Kusters of the Netherlands.
is bezig aan een heel behoorlijke wereldbeker hier in Puurs.
Claudia falling foul of that same point on the roof that's cost a lot of the female athletes a top here today. And we get ready to welcome Kim Yain to the wall. You can see her just milling around at the bottom there, trying to keep her hands warm. Over on the men's wall now, then this is Teun Kusters of the Netherlands. (18 years old) from Tilburg. Born and lives there. 5th at the Male Juniors Lead European Youth Cup in Stavanger in Norway this year. Still competing frequently on the youth categories. 5th is the best that he's done. He also came 8th at the European Youth Cup in Edinburgh this year as well. This is the Male Juniors category, so he's definitely upped his game. He used to compete quite a bit in bouldering as well. Here he is for the lead. Round of applause just from the ground for Loïc Timmermans of Belgium. Support from the home crowd. You see Kim Jain just getting ready to start her climb. And I'm not sure whether it's a tattoo or a transfer, but she's got Red Bull on her shoulder. I think they're on both arms as well. That's commitment to a brand, that is there for you. Teun. Still quite a few moves away yet. A good 15 moves away from the oblong where it starts to get really tricky on this one. Already getting a little bit of a shake going on here. But here we are then. Kim Yain starts her climb. A second climb, the final climb of the day for the women's qualification group. The legend that is Kim Yain. Gets onto the wall. I admire that assistance protection of the athletes there, just making sure she was okay through the first few moves, but I'm not entirely sure it was needed. I don't think Kim's the kind of girl that's going to be falling within the first two moves, just pulling onto the first clip. It's nice to know that they're looked after, though. So here we are, two and starting to move on to the oblong now. And this is the make or break time for the male athletes. Let's see how he gets on for these next 3 or 4 moves. Rolling that heel round up to the next hold. Let's see how he gets on going for this pocket above him. That second leg's, you can see that second leg, then that left one just wasn't comfortable for him. He hadn't quite found a nice enough position to keep that left leg in. Got the right one in the right place, but just not enough push to get him up onto the next section of the wall, unfortunately. And in a moment we could have a bit of a problem going on, because your eyes aren't going to know where to look, because we're about to be joined by Ramon-Julien Puurc on the male route, the climb that we're covering today for him, and Kim Jae-in is climbing on the female route. So pick your favourite, guys. We'll show you both. Well, here we are then, these two athletes. Currently, both of them are the world ranked number 1. Kim Jae-in on the left-hand side, world ranked number 1 for the women, and Ramon-Julien Puurc on the right, world ranked number 1 for the men. He didn't start off the year in world ranked number 1 position, though. It started off with Sachi Ama. It has changed since then, as Ramoni has come back with a vengeance this year at the World Games and at the IFSC Lead World Cups, mastering the Arco Rockmaster just recently as well. Pete on the Twitter asking, any thoughts as to why it's been such a while since Kim Jae-in last bouldered at an IFSC World Cup? I'll give you my thoughts on that one. I think that might have something to do with the injury that she sustained in Mio. If you remember, if you were around and watching that one at all, Pete, she jumped down during the Mio Bouldering World Cup and damaged some of the ligaments in her knee. She had to actually take quite a bit of time off during this season. It was just completely fine. She topped the boulder and she just landed a little bit funny with a bit of a twist. She was carried off. There were some pictures going around at the time as well, because everyone was a little bit concerned about her, rightly so. But she posted a picture of her legs onto Facebook or Twitter, I think it was at the time, and that you could see that the leg that she'd landed on was twice the size of the other one. She's took a lot of time out recently. And the other interesting thing that I've noticed about Kim Jae-in recently was at Arco, actually, just a week ago, the difference in between the muscle structure on both of her legs at the moment is quite vast. The one that she's had the problem with has obviously not been getting much of a workout at the moment. So she's got one leg at the moment that's much, much stronger than the other. And I think the knee itself is more or less healed. But the muscle structure on one of her legs is a lot less compared to one of the to the other leg. I don't know whether you'll be able to spot it while she's on the wall, but one of them is a lot thinner. I noticed it at Arco just recently when she was going up to accept her gold medal. So that probably has something to do with it. Hopefully that answers your question. I'm not sure whether she has any intentions of coming back into the bouldering next year. I'm hoping that she will. Hopefully we'll get to see her. Johnson Ho saying finally going to be Jae-in's turn to climb soon. My palms are so sweaty just sitting in front of the computer and watching these great climbs.
1 year later he became 8th and last year 13th.
We have Ramone now. making that difficult move that was cost so many athletes their climb. I mean, he's just waltzing his way through this one. I was talking to Sean earlier about this, just saying how strong he's looking at the moment. Jakob said the same. Sachiyama said the same to me, although Sachi's, I think, gunning for the first place again, having dropped down to third after Ramone and Jakob Schubert have put in such a good show this year. Ramone just looking so strong at the moment. Kim Jae-in, another little bit of a tricky position here. Just got to get past. Doesn't seem to be bothered that much by it at all. That's cost, this move around here as well has cost quite a few of the female athletes pushing up towards the last two holds, but not so for Kim Jae-in. There it is, atop. Exactly what we wanted to see, finishing the day. She doesn't seem to be too flustered by that at all. Completely calm, collected, knows what she's doing. Not out of breath, no effort at all. Just walked her way up that wall. And so has Ramone. Well, guys, we'd expect to see that from these two athletes, and they have not failed to deliver so far today. That's a second top, I believe, for both athletes. I know definitely for Ramone. Saw Ramone top the other male route earlier on today. Fantastic effort from both of them. Both now back down on the ground. And that is the women's qualifications finished. We move on to the last few athletes in the men's now. Eight more male athletes still left to climb as we wrap up the male athlete section before we know who's going to be making it through to the semi-finals for that one then.
Voorlopig wel even meegeven dat Loïc Timmermans zichzelf een halve finalist mag noemen hier in Puurs. En ook Anak Verhoek naar de halve finale. Al ging dat misschien net iets minder vlot dan ze zelf had verwacht. Maar goed, ze beginnen morgen weer bij 0 bij scratch, dus dat kan alle kanten uit. Mathilde Brumagne, dat heb ik eigenlijk niet gezien, maar ik verwacht ook weinig problemen. Die zal in de halve finale zitten. Eén man aan het klimmen nu, Gauthier Super, de Fransman. Hij krijgt even alle aandacht nu.
So we are just about to get started with Martin Teklers of Germany. We are going to have a brief glimpse now at what we have so far for the women's qualification results. This is what they're looking like at the moment then. So, women's qualification Group A. We are taking the top 10 from this group. Oh no, I've got myself confused, don't worry. We are taking the top 26 all in all. So the first page here, Magdalena Rock, Dinara Fakhretdinova, Mocha Oda. Here's Akira Noguchi as well, moving down onto the bottom section of this page. So I believe it'll be 13 from this one, but we've got two tied 13th places there. Take you on to Group B in a moment's time. You get to see who at the top in that category as well. So it should be 13 from each, but we've got quite a few tied 13th places there. We'll wait and see in a moment. These are the results as we have them at the moment. And here you are in Group B then. So we have the four tied first place positions. Helen Janiko's in there, Akira Noguchi as well, Salome Ramon, Katarina Posch, Dinara Fakhretdinova here in this group. And their scores will be collated. They will be given a score, and we take 26 of them through into the semi-finals tomorrow morning. Here's the second page then. Four tied 11th places here: Jenny Levada, Adak Verhoeven, Nikki Van Bergen and Yuka Kobayashi. Evgenia Malamed just missing out there in 15th place. Also Sass Sol and Tina Johnson Hafsas. So that gives you a rough estimate of what their climbs have been like so far today. You can of course find all of this information on the IFSC site, which is www.ifsc-climbing.org. You can get yourself onto that one, and in about 2 minutes time they will all be approved, and you'll be able to see who our 26 athletes are going through into tomorrow for the semi-finals. We're now going to take you across over onto our next male athlete. Here is just moving onto the oblong section of the wall. This is Martin Teckels for Germany. This is a very important move, this next one for him. The 22-year-old athlete here, Grassau. Interesting position here, but this is what Kim Ya-bi got himself into. Need to switch these feet around a little bit. Kim Ya-bi got himself into a bit of difficulty here. The ropes in front of him just wasn't a comfortable position to be in. Let's see whether Martin Teckels can get himself past it. Yeah, that's a bit of a better position to be in. 31st at Kran in 2012, 36th at IMPS 2012, 29th at the Male Juniors Lead IFSC European Youth Series in Munich, Germany 2009. Unfortunately, couldn't quite hold on to it there though, and he's now back down on the ground. Martin Teckels. Our next athlete out then, another one that you'll have been waiting for, I'm sure, is Sachi Ama. He's about to get started on the wall now. Sure to provide us with a fantastic second and final climb for him. After Sachi, we have just 6 more athletes yet to come before we say goodnight to you here and then come back tomorrow for the semi-finals. And here is Sachi, the 23-year-old athlete, currently world ranked 3rd. Oh, he did start the year in 1st. I think he reminded you of that one, well within his capabilities of getting himself back up there again. He is currently 1st on the World Cup rankings for this year, and that's going to stand well with pushing him up towards that top spot on the world rankings again. Came 6th at the men's bouldering IFSC Climbing World Cup in Munich at the end of this year. So made finals in Munich. Looking at the lead season that he's had so far this year, a gold medal and a silver medal. Came 1st at Imst, came 2nd at Briançon. Looking at last year then, silver medal at Kran, bronze medal at Inzai, silver medal at Mokpo, 4th place at both Atlanta and Puurs here last year, bronze medal at Imst 2012, 2 gold medals, Briançon and Chamonix. Briançon, if you remember, after he smacked his chin coming down off the wall, had to go to hospital in between his 1st and 2nd climb at the qualification stage, then came back after splitting his chin open and won at Briançon, as you do. Incredibly committed athlete, very strong, very interesting different style as well, especially for the difference between him and Ramone. Actually, I'd say all three of our top world-ranked athletes in the men's at the moment have very different styles. You're looking at Jakob Schubert, very different body shape to Sachi Ama, and Sachi and Ramone are a different shape as well. Ramone very small, Sachi quite tall, a bit more gangly.
We zijn met die vrienden hier in Puurs, Sachi Ama en in 2011 tweede. Bijzonder sympathieke kerel ook, de Japaner. Heel erg geliefd bij de andere klimmers. The current leader in the World Cup ranking, Sachi Ama. He won the World Cup last year in 2012, took the bronze medal in 2011 after the final stage in Kranje in Slovenia. Intussen is ook een andere Japaner aan zijn klim begonnen. Akito Matsushima is dat. Die is al wat ouder, 31. Staat momenteel op de 18e plaats op de wereldranglijst. Heeft voor dit jaar nog geen ranking in de wereldbeker.
One move away from the top here, Sachiyama, and making it look relatively easy, just like we saw from Ramone earlier on. Just got a clip in here, Sachi, and it's all yours. So Sachi coming down again now then. Nice and simple for Sachi, easy climb. He's made it look easy at least. As we get ready to move on to our next athlete, Dimitri Vogt of Switzerland. Will be next up to climb men's Route 2. I hope you've enjoyed the qualifications so far today then. Full day of coverage, as I said earlier, for you tomorrow at the semi-finals in the morning. And the finals at night as well. So we'll be taking a break during the day so that the route setters can reset. Back with you pretty soon after that, though. It won't take you too long. We are getting ready to start our semi-finals. At 10:45 tomorrow, so we'll be with you a little bit prior to that tomorrow. And the finals tomorrow are due to start at around 5:30. But our presentation for the finalists will start around 5:10. So we'll be with you just after 5 again then for the introduction of the finalists and the final. Sachi's just plunked himself down in front of a desk. A moment to sit down. We get ready with Dimitri Vogt, who is just now starting off on the wall. With number 100 for Switzerland then, Dimitri Vogt. (16 years old, from Warburn. 7th at the Male Youth A-Lead European Youth Cup in Stavanger this year. Stavanger sounds like a good one. I've been talking to quite a few people about Stavanger. I'm kind of almost a little bit disappointed I've missed it. 11th at the IFSC World Youth Championships in Central Saanich in Canada this year as well. So not quite making it through to the finals. 6th at the Male Youth A-Lead European Youth Cup in Edinburgh this year also as well, and a 9th place at the European Youth Championships in Grindelwald this year in bouldering also. So strong young athlete emerging here at just 16 years old. Consistent as well. Let's see how he gets on here with the route in front of him.
The results of the women qualification climb will be at the official notification boards in just a few moments, and as soon as the results are there will be a 5-minute appeal time. The results for the women's competition are available at the official notification board. Ulster Schweiz, Dimitri Vogt. Het is zijn eerste grote wedkamp. His very first adult competition for this young Swiss man, only 16 years old.
Managing to hold it here at the moment. Let's see how he gets on through the next couple of sections. Looking a little bit pumped now. Got a bit of a shake going on in their hands. And the forearms, you can see they're looking really pumped. Heel hook here, take some of the pressure off for a moment. It's looking here like it's mainly the left one that's causing him trouble, but we'll see. Now he's shaking it out a bit there. As you can see, it's definitely that left arm. Right, onto the oblong then. Let's see how he gets on from this point. Just 16 years old, this young athlete. I tell you what's going to cost him quite dearly now, unless he really has managed to shake some of that left arm out. He's going to be going up onto this next move. You can see there's a predominant undercling with the left hand before you move across onto the volume. Trying to shoot into the pocket with your right arm, but this one now, this big reach up for this next hold, and the move that follows could be very difficult for him in this position at the moment. He's taking a rest just before it, look, because he knows it's coming up. Heel hook. No, starting to switch. Oh no, there we go, he's just getting rid of the rope. So you know he's gone up with the right here. And he's crossing over with the left. Interesting. Can he hold it? No. That's a big move. There's a lot of power and a lot of reliance on your left arm there at that point. So unfortunately no top there for him. Back down on the ground then before we get ready to welcome Emmanuel Lopez. Looking at the official results now then for the women's qualifications, they have been posted. Absolutely devastated for Hannah Bear in 27th place there, just missing out on a place in tomorrow's semi-finals. Other athletes that unfortunately have been missing out here have been Mona Kellner, Chloe Collier, Denise Pluck and Anna Sophie Koller. Great shame there for Hannah Bear. Deserves to be in the semis. Obviously just must not be having a great day today. Looking at the 26 we have then, Magdalena Roek, Mamoka Oda, Mina Markovic, Dinara Fakhridinova, Kim Dain, Ellen Janiko, Katarina Posch, Akio Noguchi, Mathilde Romain, Salome Roman, Rebecca Stotz, Yuka Kobayashi, Jenny Levada, Nikki Van Bergen, Barbara Bakker, Manuela Sigrist, Tina Johnson-Hassas, Evgenia Malamed makes it through despite that couple of moments earlier today where she looked a little bit emotional getting down, wasn't quite sure because she didn't get a top there. Sass Sol makes it through in 19th place, Catherine Chung in 20th, Christina Stutz, Anak Verhoeven through in 22nd place, Claudia Gazolfi, Tina Sesterzik and Mio Nanaka. 26th place goes to Patricia Holzman with a 28 plus on one climb and a 33 on her second. Patricia Holzman in 26th place. Hannah Bear unfortunately just missing out on a place here. According to what I have in front of me anyway. So we'll be seeing all of those athletes again tomorrow morning for their next climb of the competition in the semi-finals. Until then, we join Emmanuel Lopez for France.
The man from Slovenia. Despite his young age, he's already one of the better climbers in the World Cup. His current ranking is 12. He managed to go to the semi-finals last year here in Puurs when he became 17th, 16th place at the World Championships in Paris, and a beautiful silver medal at the World Youth Championships in Singapore. Domen Skofic from Slovenia. Results of the women's competition are at the official notice boards in the tent on your left-hand side. That's the place where you can find the results of the women's qualifying rounds. De Fransman zet weer voet aan de begaande grond. Emmanuel Lopez. Zometeen. Thomas Ballet, man from France, 24 years old, current place on the world ranking is 15. Definitely one of the better climbers at the moment, with a 7th place in the World Cup after 2 stages. He became 10th in Briançon and 6th in Imst. Skovic zit intussen al een heel eind.
Thomas Ballet here, exceptionally well-known French athlete, starting to really make a name for himself. 24 years old, world ranked 13th, currently World Cup ranking for this year is in 7th place, 6th place at Imst, 10th at Briançon, 12th at the European Championships in Chamonix. Best result so far to date is 5th place at Cran 2012, the final closing event of 2012 lead climbing season. It's also going to be our final closing event for the lead season this year as well. We'll be in Cran after Valence towards the end of November. I do hope you can join us for that one as well, but Thomas Ballet here well within a chance of getting himself a top here.
Gaan Skovic stoppen, dat weten we zo meteen. Jawel, Roman Skovic, de man uit Slovenië, heeft getopt. En mag zichzelf dus een halve finalist noemen hier op de wereldbeker in Puurs.
I'll tell you that Domen Skovic has just topped his second climb of the day, putting him in a fantastic position moving forward into the semi-finals. Again, starting to challenge more and more often the older, more experienced athletes. Thomas Ballet with this now tricky move here now then.
Thomas Ballet. Onderweg naar zijn top. Als hij zijn niveau van voor de maanden aanhoudt, dan is de kans groot dat we hem terugzien in de finale morgen. Maar dan moet hij zich eerst naar de halve finale klimmen vandaag. Allez Thomas, allez. Kijk eens aan. Vrolijk getopt, Thomas Ballet, de man uit Frankrijk. Halve finale. Intussen is een Koreaan begonnen aan zijn beklimming op de groene route, de man in het geel daar. Javi Kim is dat, nummer 22 van de wereld op dit moment.
Fantastic climb there from Thomas Ballet. We get ready to welcome Sebastian Helenki, the young athlete from Germany, onto his final climb of the day. You can probably spot him there at the bottom of the wall. Is the guy with the red mohawk going on. He's about to get started. We're going to be moving over to the bottom of the wall to join Sebastian Helenki as he starts his climb. There you can see the giant red mohawk. definitely within capability of having a top here from Sebastian. We would expect to at least see him through to the high semi-final position places, if not making a final. We hope that he can get through into one of the finals. Fantastic recently, just lost out to the Russian athlete Dmitry Agiryanov at the World Youth Championships in Canada just recently in his category. Sebastian, fantastic German lead climber. Another one who's still in school. People that were asking about that earlier on. We'd expect to see a top here from Sebastian.
And earlier this year, he came second at the World Youth Championships in Canada. Spannende momenten voor de Duitser en voor de Koreaan. Allebei komen ze weer naar beneden. Prima geklommen van de twee. On your right hand side, a man from Italy, Stefano Di Solfi. And he's one of the candidates for a place in the semi-finals tomorrow. 11th place on the world ranking so far, 10th place on the Climbing World Cup 2013 after 2 stages. And that was also his final rank after last year's competition. Side is Manuel Romain from France, number 9 in the world, but one of the candidates for a medal after the 6 World Cup stages this year. His current rank is 3rd place. sure he wants to confirm in good shape here in Puurs.
Hope for Italy now with Stefano Gazolfi moving along the wall. Just having a brief chat with Jakob Schubert a few moments ago about his experience here, how he's enjoyed the two routes today. He's one of about 6 or 7 that have got 2 tops in the bag so far today. Ramon de Grange, another one of them, Ramone, Sean McCall, Sachiyama, all with 2 tops. Jakob as well. He's enjoyed climbing these routes. He was talking about Arco just recently as well and the mistake he made in the roof. If you did miss out on any of that, or if you've missed any of our coverage throughout the year, you can of course find all of them on YouTube on the IFSC's channel if you're not already there. It's all backdated. You can go and have a look at previous World Cup finals if you've missed any of them. Arco wasn't a World Cup, it was the Rockmaster, but just talking to Jakob about that tricky roof section that he got himself into. And of course the difference with Arco is that the athletes are allowed to work their routes as well. So they get some time in between the semi-finals and the finals where they can have a little work through the route, see what works for them, whether they want to rework something. So it's not on-sighting like it is in the World Cups here, but Jakob was saying even with working the route and working the roof section that he got himself into, it was just such a complex section and sequence that as soon as he made one little mistake there, he just couldn't get himself out of it. It cost him a shot at the title there. But really, really tough routes at Arco this year. If you want to watch any of that, you can find it online. But he's enjoyed the ones here. Stefano now doing the same. Oh, there we are then, Stefano Gazolfi just showing us exactly why he's up and competing with some of the other greats in this sport. Great finish there for him. Towards the end of the day, just one more athlete left to climb before we have a little look at where the results are standing and say goodbye to you guys. So not long now before we're finishing up here, just one more athlete. That athlete is Facundo Langben of Chile. Stefano back down on the ground now. I hope for Italy. Well, here is our final athlete then, Facundo Langben of Chile. Competing for a potential place in the semi-finals, 19 years old, lives in Colina. Looking at previous results then for him so far this year, 25th at the Male Juniors IFSC World Youth Championships in Central Saanich in Canada this year. So still competing at the World Youth Championships. He came second at the Pan American Youth Championship in Santiago in Chile in 2012. That was in the Male Juniors lead. He came ninth in the Male Juniors speed there as well. But he also won the Male Juniors boulder. So we're looking at a Pan American Youth Champion. Took a gold medal at the Male Juniors boulder category there in 2012, Santiago in Chile. In front of a home crowd. Competed at Chamonix in France in 2010, where he came 59th. And recently competed in the Bouldering World Cup in Munich, where he came 43rd. That's a big difference you can see there between competing at the youth stage of competitions and then moving on to the senior level comps, such as this for the World Cups. Some athletes don't find that transition easy at all. Some athletes just walk their way through it, such as Magdalena Roek, Katarina Posch, Momoka Oda, Domin Skofic, finding that transition from the youth category into the senior category very easy, but that doesn't always happen. Using a heel hook to rock over there to get to the next part of the wall. He's got the oblong ahead of him.
Come on, Fernando. You can do this. Come on.
Another heel hook here, starting to look a little bit pumped though. Two hands on the sloper here, matching into quite a crimpy little pinch there. You can see just trying to squeeze his fingers in. Just couldn't quite hold it, unfortunately. Facundo Langben coming back down to the ground. Frustration there as he ends up back with us. Good effort there though from Facundo. Well, ladies and gents, that concludes our qualification stage here at the IFSC World Cup in Puurs 2013. In a few moments, we're going to be bringing up the provisional results that we have here. Remember that all those results take 2 minutes, at least, to be confirmed by the IFSC officials. They will then be up on the IFSC's website, which, if you're not already on it, is www.ifsc-climbing.org. And here you can see then, this is our women's qualification. This is the Group A results. So this is just for the first climb. The climb that we've been watching. This is the route that we've been watching on the female grouping. Those results have been combined at the moment. They are on the IFSC's website. I read them out a few moments ago for the female athletes, the top 26 that will be making it through. Unfortunately, just slipping outside of that top 26 was Hannah Bear. Just giving you a brief look at this one then. Here's the second climb then for the women, the ones that we have not been watching so far today. Been letting them climb that one themselves and just covering the second route that they climb. You can see Momoka Oda, Kim Jae-in, Magdalena Roek and Mina Markovic all fighting for the top spot there. The interesting thing there is that the three of those athletes are actually the top three on the world rankings at the moment. Johanna Ernst, who is currently in third place on the world rankings despite not competing this year, separates the top two, Kim Jae-in, Mina Markovic from Momoka Oda, who is currently in 4th place. So over onto the men's then. Men's Group 1. So this is the first climb that we've seen today. Look at that. You've got 9 tied first place positions on this first one. Ramone, Sachi, Sean, Magnus, Gautier, Roman, Jacob. Where's that come from? Jakob, Domen and Manu all reaching a top on their first climb. We'll have a quick look at the second page now. You see Clement just falling short there, 45 plus. This is on one of their climbs. We'll take you over now then onto the second group. Min Hyunbin with quite an early fall there, 40 plus. This is Group B then. Again, we have these tied top spots. Sean McCall, Magnus Midbo, Mario Lechner, Luc Timmermans, Gauthier Super, Romain Degrange, Akito Matsushima, Jakob Schubert and Domin Skofic, all with equal first places and tops. We're going to have quite a tough time dividing these guys when we move forward into the semi-finals in a few moments' time as well. I'll let you have a brief look at that second page then. Still with tied first all the way down here to Stefano Gazolfi. So we're looking at 17 tied first places on this second climb. There's Ramone, Sachi, Thomas Ballet, Stefano Gazolfi, we've just seen top that route. Min Hyunbin. This is the route that we've been covering, so we've seen 17 tops on the route that we've been covering today in the men's.
Ja, wacht eens. Zie dat er niks aan hangt, hè. Dat is die van de streaming. Ja,
Well, thank you very much for being with us all the way through the qualification stage here in Puurs today. We will be back tomorrow morning. We start things off at 10:45. We'll be with you just a little bit before then, around 10:40, to get things started with the semi-finals. We'll be taking a break midway through the day, and then coming back for the finals on the evening as well. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage here today. I'm Daniel Finn. I will see you tomorrow morning for the semi-finals.